Good morning. Let's come to order and please go on the record. I'm Commissioner Kimberly W. Duffley, and with me today are Chair Charlotte A. Mitchell and Commissioner Daniel G. Clodfelter. I now call for a continuation of the evidentiary hearing and docket number EMP 116 sub 0 in the application of Juno Solar LLC for a conditional certificate of public convenience and necessity to construct a 275 megawatt solar facility in Richmond County, North Carolina. On November 30th, 2021, at the first evidentiary hearing, the Commission heard the testimony of the applicants and the public staff's witnesses, and at the end of the day, the record was held open for additional evidence. On January 28th, 2022, the Commission issued an order scheduling a hearing on April 4th, 2022 for additional evidence regarding the Transitional Cluster Study, or TCS, process and the Phase 1 report. On February 8th, 2022, the Commission issued an order rescheduling the hearing for today, March 2nd, 2022. On February 11th, 2022, the applicant and the public staff filed proposed orders. The public staff also separately filed a confidential version of its proposed order. Following this hearing, the parties will have until March 7th, 2022 to file revised and redline versions of their proposed orders if they so choose, as well as briefs if they so choose. On March 1st, 2022, the applicant filed the Duke Energy Progress TCS Phase 1 Study Report. In compliance with the State Ethics Act, I remind all members of the panel of our duty to avoid conflicts of interest and inquire at this time as to whether any member has a known conflict of interest with respect to the matter before us this morning. Please let the record reflect that no conflicts were identified. I will now call for appearances of counsel, beginning with the applicant.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Karen Kimmerite. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Fox Rothschild in Raleigh, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Juno Solar.
Morning, Commissioners. Ben Snowden, also with Fox Rothschild, also here on behalf of the applicant.
Morning, Commissioners. Brett Bryshort with the law firm of McGuire Woods on behalf of interveners, Duke Energy Progress and Duke Energy Carolinas.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Robert Josie with the Utilities Commission Public Staff on behalf of the using and consuming public of North Carolina.
Thank you. Do the parties have any preliminary matters before we begin?
Yes, we do. On behalf of Juno Solar, we have two preliminary matters. The first matter is Piper Miller was a witness for Juno Solar at the November 30th evidentiary hearing. And unfortunately, Ms. Miller has been very sick with COVID and is not able to be here. So we would respectfully request that her presence be excused from this hearing. In her place, we have a panel of two witnesses, Stephen Levitas and Derek Sackler. Derek did not provide testimony at the evidentiary hearing on November the 30th. But he was here and was present for the hearing. So that will be our panel of witnesses. So that's our the first matter.
Okay, let's deal with that. Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, it's allowed.
Okay, thank you. And then the second matter is we understand that typically the applicant provides their witnesses and testimony first. And this is a somewhat unusual proceeding in that much of the information and testimony is going to be about the Transitional Cluster Study Phase 1 report that's been prepared by Duke Energy. And so we've had communications with all of the attorneys in the matter. And we are in agreement that it makes sense to alter the order for witnesses. And so what I'll make a motion about this, but what we are proposing is that the first parties and witnesses that will go first will be Duke Energy's witnesses to talk about the Phase 1 report. And then it will be Juno Solar's panel of witnesses and then the public staff's witnesses. And like I said, we've had communications with all of the attorneys and everyone is in agreement that this makes the most sense. So with that, I'd make a motion that we alter the order of witnesses for Duke to go first, Geno Solar to proceed, and then the public staff.
Okay, that is allowed. And do any of the parties plan to, and that concludes your motions, is that correct?
Yes, it is. Yes, it
And
is.
let's talk about confidential information. Did any of the parties plan to provide or produce confidential information?
Geno Solar does not.
No, ma'am.
Public staff does not.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Mr. Bryce.
Thank you, Commissioner Duffley. At this time, Duke Energy Carolinas, Duke Energy Progress calls Mr. Nate Finucane and Mr. Bill Quaintance to the stand. The parties have conferred with Commission Counsel, and it's been agreed that we can present our witnesses as a panel. So we plan to proceed with that this morning.
Okay, do both the witnesses prefer to be sworn or affirmed?
Yes, that's fine.
Which, sworn?
Sworn.
Okay, the Bible's right there. Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right. Do you solemnly, let's do it at the same time, please. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give this morning will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you. That was one part of the hearing we didn't prepare for. So, good morning, Mr. Quaintance. Good morning, Mr. Finucane. I'm going to start with Mr. Finucane, and just for the commission's information, since the company's witnesses did not pre-file testimony in this proceeding, and the commission had some specific direction for the companies to present expert witnesses that focused on the Q reform effort, the transitional cluster study process, and the transitional cluster study phase 1 report that Duke Energy Progress recently issued. We're going to go through a few, what I would frame as foundational introductory questions to have Mr. Finucane and Mr. Quaintance provide some information to hopefully inform the proceeding this morning, and then be available for cross-examination and questions from the commission from there. So, Mr. Finucane, I'd like to start with you. Would you please state your name and business address for the record?
My name is Nate Finucane. My business address is 411 Fayetteville.
Thank you. And
Can you speak up a little bit, pull it closer? Thank you.
Is that better?
Not
Not really.
really.
you
Is
got
it on?
close.
How's that? Better? Good.
Yeah, there's about a 6-inch range. I get chastised for this often of not being close enough. So
Excellent.
doing fine. So would you please describe your role at Duke Energy for the commission?
Sure. My current title is Director of Strategy and Planning, Distributed Energy Technologies. My team provides regulatory support to the interconnection study, construction, business controls, and technical standards teams for each of the Duke Energy regulated jurisdictions, including FERC. And we're responsible for ensuring compliance with the interconnection procedures, and including producing many of the reports that are filed in the interconnection dockets in North and South Carolina.
Thank you. And could you please give a brief overview of your educational background and your experience within the utility industry prior to your current position?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering with a German minor from North Carolina State University. I began my career in the utility industry in 2001 with ABB. I acted in a consulting role for utilities across North America, Europe, Asia, until 2019 when I joined the company. This included several engagements in that time, starting with Duke companies, starting with Synergy in 2003. Some of the projects that I've worked on for the company include fuel clause accounting, Duke Progress Joint Dispatch Agreement, day-ahead unit commitment, fuel and operations forecasting, and energy accounting consolidation.
Thank you. And this is your first time appearing before the commission providing expert testimony?
It is.
And you're here today to provide expert witness testimony on the Duke Q reform process and the mechanics of the transitional cluster study process. Is that right?
Yeah, my team led the development of the NCIP revisions that implement the Q reform process, and including process design, drafting, and stakeholder engagement.
Okay, so it's a big topic, but could you just provide a brief overview of the transitional cluster study process as set forth in the procedures that is at issue in this hearing today?
Sure. So the transition cluster study is a one-time process that allows projects that entered the serial queue prior to queue reform to receive a system impact study as part of a cluster study with other similarly situated projects. It's broken into 2 study phases and then a facility study. We had 44 projects select to participate in the DEP phase 1 study. This is primarily a power flow study that seeks to identify thermal overloads. And those are some of the more expensive overloads typically that an interconnection customer might see in their system impact study. The phase 2 study is it's in some ways more detailed, but doesn't typically create the large cost for upgrades.
Thank you. And so in the transitional cluster study that the companies are administering for projects, North Carolina and South Carolina interconnection customers are all being studied as part of the same cluster.
Yeah, there's 17 state and North Carolina state jurisdictional projects. 8 of the 44 are requesting service through the the large generator interconnection procedures, and 19 in South Carolina through the South Carolina procedures.
Okay. And the concept of project readiness is a significant component of the company's queue reform process that was recently approved by the commission. Can you provide some detail on the readiness concept and explain the requirements of readiness as they apply in the transitional cluster study?
Sure. The transitional cluster study was intended for projects that were ready, both technically and commercially ready to move forward. We're trying to transition from the serial queue quickly to the new process, and wanted to get projects that are ready to go through quickly and with some level of confidence that they were going to move to commercial operation. So when we were going through, we were looking at what some of the eligibility requirements that we'd need to demonstrate that commercial readiness. And due to the QF status, the ability to establish a LEO state projects, we considered to be ready due to their having that offtake option. FERC projects don't have that option, so we allowed them to, or working with stakeholders, to make an additional security deposit to show commercial readiness.
And so for FERC interconnection customers like Juno, you explain the financial commitment and readiness obligation to enter transitional cluster study.
Sure. So Juno didn't demonstrate commercial readiness, and instead they elected to post $3 million of security to enter the phase 1. In addition to that, they raised their initial study deposit from $10,000 to $250,000, which is the security deposit required for projects in the LGIP over 200 megawatts. They also needed to show exclusive site control to the POI. And in order to move on to phase 2, unless they're able to demonstrate commercial readiness, they'll need to post an additional $2 million of security.
And just for clarification, POI is point of interconnection.
Point of interconnection, yes.
Okay. Another significant concept in the cluster study process is withdrawal penalties, and that's a new concept that has been added to the interconnection framework as a result of queue reform. Can you provide the commission an overview of what the role of withdrawal penalties are in the cluster study process?
Yeah, the withdrawal penalties are intended to mitigate the cluster study risk of late stage withdrawals and to encourage interconnection customers that aren't ready to move forward towards commercial operation to withdraw earlier in the process to minimize the impacts to cost and timing of the other projects in the cluster. And so for that reason, the withdrawal penalties, they increase as you go through the process. In the transitional process, they increase very quickly. They go from basically the study cost, and when they go into phase 2, they jump up to 9x study cost. In the DISIS, in the definitive interconnection system impact study process, the main cluster, they edge up slower to allow projects to move through and make decisions with more information.
And for FERC projects like Juno, can you explain at what point the interconnection customer becomes at risk of a withdrawal penalty?
In the phase 2, if they're to withdraw from after the phase 2, they'll be subject to a 9x withdrawal penalty, 9x study costs.
Okay. And so the commission scheduled this hearing recognizing that the companies were going to issue the phase 1 study reports and that would inform the study cost assigned to Juno and other interconnection customers in the cluster. Can you explain from where we are today going forward, what are the next steps from a Duke perspective in administering the transitional cluster study process?
Yeah, sure. We're going to, on March 7th, Monday, we'll hold a meeting to review the study results with the participants as well as regulatory staff and potential affected systems. The customers will then, the interconnection customers will have until March 30th to meet the requirements to enter phase 2. We do have some other dates that we provide, exact dates on when those subsequent dates are. It's also worth noting that after the conclusion of phase 2, if more projects drop out, there may be a need for a restudy. And this can add up to 6 months to the timeline. There's an additional 5-month period for a restudy with a 30-day customer engagement period. If that happens,
All right. Thank you, Mr. Finucane. Turning now to you, Mr. Quaintance. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, and good morning, commissioners.
Mr. Quaintance, would you please state your full name and business address for the record?
Yes, my name is William Quaintance, and I also work at 411 Fayetteville Street in Raleigh.
And what is your current position with the companies?
I am currently a principal engineer in the transmission planning department of Duke Energy Progress. Among other responsibilities, I lead the generator interconnection studies for the DEP region.
And could you please provide the commission a brief overview of your educational and professional experience in the utility industry?
Sure. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in electrical engineering from North Carolina State University, a Master of Science degree in electrical engineering from Clemson University with a focus on electric power systems. I have approximately 30 years of transmission planning experience for Duke Energy and consulting for other utilities throughout North America. Beginning in '92, for 7 years, I worked for what was then Duke Power Company in Charlotte. After that, from 1999 to 2008, I worked as a consultant for ABB in their corporate research and consulting department on the Centennial campus of NC State. A majority of my work then was also in the area of transmission planning for utilities throughout North America. Specifically, much of my work was on studying renewable plants like wind farms and solar farms in the booming areas at that time of Southwest Power Pool and Midwest ISO. I then moved to another consulting firm from 2008 to 2014 called Excel Engineering, Inc., doing similar work. And finally, I joined Duke Energy Progress in 2014 in their transmission planning department.
Thank you. And Mr. Quaintance, you're here today to provide expert witness testimony on the Duke Energy Progress Phase 1 Transitional Cluster Study Report, which was developed by you and under your supervision. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Commissioner Duffley, I know that the report that Mr. Quaintance just referenced was filed in the docket by the applicant. It seems like it should be officially added to the record of this proceeding. So if there's, I don't believe there's any objection from the parties, but if it's acceptable to the commission, we'd like to have the Duke Energy Progress Transitional Cluster Study Phase 1 report dated February 28, 2022 be marked for identification. And if no objections, enter into the record as Duke Energy Progress Exhibit 1.
So allowed.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, so Mr. Quaintance, you were responsible for the report that was issued yesterday, and that's the substance of what we're here to discuss this morning. So could you please just provide a brief overview of that report to the commission at a high level?
Sure. The report in the early pages 3 through 9 gives a short paragraph summarizing the results for each of the requests, including a little bit of information about the request and its costs and where details can be found. Moving further, there's a very short, 2 short sections on purpose and study assumptions. The next significant section, I would say, is section 3 on page 15, where all of the requests are summarized in a table listing a bit of information about them, as well as their ID used in the cluster process. And on that page, near the bottom, you can see a 275 megawatt plant, ID number 170274, which is Juno. Section 4 is kind of a quick summary of the costs assigned to each of the requests. And that's broken down into a few components. On the right of the table is the interconnection facilities, transmission providers, interconnection facilities. And then there's a column on the left, POI, point of interconnection, network upgrades. Those two are basic costs just to connect the request to the grid. And then there's a power flow or thermal network upgrades total there, which is the cost assigned to each of the requests to basically perform upgrades to fix power flow problems found in the study. And there's also a total column for all network upgrades. There's a section on how the plants will interconnect, which is not as relevant too much to today's proceeding. I did want to summarize a little bit on the size of the cluster. There was about 2,094 megawatts of generation in the DEP cluster, and about 1,677 megawatts of that is solar, or what I might call solar only. That contrasts with about 345 megawatts of solar with storage included. And then there was about 72 megawatts of standalone storage. That's a summary of the early parts of the report.
Good. And so you mentioned section 4 on page 17, I believe, of the study. That's what you were referencing in talking through the commission.
Yes, that is correct.
And you mentioned the power flow study that was undertaken. Could you just give a brief overview of the study work that you undertook and completed for the phase 1 study, and what you will do in future phases of the cluster study for other further projects that elect to move forward?
Sure. The power flow study performed in phase 1 involved a base case representing the system before this cluster, and then we added all the cluster projects to the base case and performed transmission studies of that model to see if there were any power flow issues that would occur due to addition of these cluster projects. In phase 2, we will do some additional studies like Mr. Finucane mentioned. We'll do stability and short circuit. They're less likely typically to have large cost upgrades. That's why we put the power flow studies up front, so the big hit costs can be determined early.
Thank you. So you briefly mentioned the Juno project, and I think you said it has the ID 170274. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And so can you just provide an overview of the cost assigned to Juno and help the commission navigate where in the study those costs are identified?
Sure. In the summary table in section 4, page 17, it shows that Juno is assigned approximately $2 million of transmission provider interconnection facilities, approximately $11 million of network upgrades at the point of interconnection, And then approximately $78.5 million for network upgrades to remedy the transmission overloads. And that's their portion of the upgrade costs.
All right. And do other projects also contribute to the upgrades assigned to Juno?
Yes, definitely. All the power flow upgrades determined in this study are shared across all of the generators that contribute to those overloads above thresholds laid out in the procedures. And each upgrade cost is shared in proportion to each generator's megawatt impact on the overloaded transmission line. There are a total of 24 overloaded transmission segments in the study, identified in the study. Juno contributes to 19 of those 24. And of those 19 upgrades Juno is contributing to, there are 27 other generator requests that are also sharing those upgrades in different proportions.
All right. And so 24 overloads total, 19 of them Juno contributes to. It seems like in the study, there's some that are more significant and there's costs that are allocated to Juno based on the size of the project. Can you provide an overview of the more significant upgrades that are assigned to Juno as discussed in the report?
Yes, sure. The three largest issues we found were ones we've seen in the past. For example, with the original Frisian study and studies since then, those three transmission lines are Cape Fear to West End, 230 kV line. There were 4 sections of that one that showed up. The Irwin to Fayetteville East, 230 kV line. There were 2 sections, really the entirety of that line that showed up. And then the Irwin to Fayetteville East 115 kV line, there were 4 of those sections that showed up. And Juno was assigned, if you add up the sections for each of those lines, approximately 31 out of the 87 million for the first one. For Irwin Fayetteville East 230 kV, approximately 21 million assigned to Juno out of the 105 million for those upgrades, and approximately 18 million assigned to Juno for the approximately $47 million Irwin Fayetteville 115 kV line. If you look at the report, pages 24, starting on 24 and rolling to 25 as well, these are all of the overloads and upgrades, I should say, required by this study. And at that point, they're simply summarized by the upgrade and not split out yet by the individual generator contributions. But if you look at, for example, that first project I mentioned, Cape Fear West End 230 kV line, the most expensive segment on page 24 is $57 million for upgrading a portion of that line. And if we jump to page 31, the details of that overload are described and how it's shared among the various generator requests. Let me flip over there. So on page 31, you can see maybe a third of the way down, ID 170274, 275 megawatt generator. That's Juno. You can see on the far right, $20 million of this section is assigned to Juno out of the $57 million for this section. So this just gives a flavor for how the costs are shared and some of the significant costs.
Right. And so your study, the phase 1 study, focused on impacts to the Duke Energy Progress system, the specific balancing authority of DEP, right? You
That
didn't
is correct.
Beyond that. But you also did an initial assessment of whether there would be impacts to other utilities, other balancing authorities, what we call affected systems. Can you speak a little bit to that analysis and whether Juno was identified as having potential affected system impacts?
Yes. DEP identified DEC as a potential affected system. It is, situated close to DEC. It's close to our Richmond station that has a tie line to DEC. It's not far from our Rockingham station that it's close to a tie line to DEC. We don't anticipate notifying any other possible affected systems for Juno. Juno is pretty far from PJM or the South Carolina companies. So that's our expectation at this point. Now in phase two, when we do a short circuit study, short circuit can sometimes have an effect on local wholesale deliveries. So in phase two, we may identify some additional possible affected systems that might be wholesale customers nearby.
Thank you, Mr. Quaintance. That was very informative. Commissioner Duffley, the witnesses are available for cross-examination, questions for the commission. I will say that I shared copies of the phase one report prior to going on the record. So I assume the commission, I know the court reporter has copies, parties do, but I have a few more copies. If anyone in the room would like one, we can certainly provide those to make sure. And counsel, I check with Karen. Thank you.
Does anyone in the room need a copy? Do not see anybody raising their hand. Cameron,
We don't need, we have copies.
do you have any cross?
Oh, yes. I apologize. Yes, I do have cross.
Thank you.
I want to start by thanking both of you for information about the phase one report, and also prior to the evidentiary hearing, you were very helpful in providing information to us about some of the details of the phase one report, which was very much appreciated. So most of my questions are going to be at a relatively high level about the phase one report, but I think that you identified the Juneau solar upgrades and the project as number 170274. Is that right?
That's correct.
And so the total cost of the network upgrades that's shown in the phase one report is $89,682 million. Is that right?
That's correct.
And let me begin by some questions for Mr. And I apologize. Can you tell me how to pronounce your name again, Mr.
Finucane.
Sorry?
Finucane.
Finucane, thank you. You started off by providing some information about the security that's required for the transitional cluster study. And for Juneau Solar in particular to enter phase two of the cluster study, it's my understanding from your testimony that that Juneau Solar is required to pay $5 million in security plus the study costs. Is that right?
That's correct.
And how much did you say those study costs are specifically for Juneau Solar?
Mr. Finucane, can you speak into the microphone? Thank you.
So we're still in the process of calculating what those study costs would be for phase one, and they'll continue to grow throughout the process. Based on its size and the number of projects in the cluster, Juneau would be responsible for about 12% of the study costs.
Okay. Yeah, and-
total study cost.
Okay, 12% of the study costs. And have you done a preliminary analysis? And I know that you're still trying to determine what that study cost is ultimately going to be for Juneau Solar. But the withdrawal penalty that you talked about is 9 times the study cost if Juneau Solar were to enter phase two and then withdraw. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So do you have a ballpark number of what you would expect the withdrawal penalty to be for Juneau Solar if it were to withdraw after phase two?
It's hard to say right now. We have a little bit of insight into the phase one study costs, but the study costs are, like we said, it's going to depend on how many projects remain in the cluster study and go into phase two.
And then, of course, if projects were to drop out, then the study cost would be greater for the remaining projects. I should say the proportion of the study cost would be greater.
Yeah, that's correct.
And then finishing up with some of the things that you were talking about is restudy. And I'll have some more specific questions about that in a couple of minutes, but you said that the restudy period is about a 5-month period. And can you explain what would specifically trigger restudy? And I guess what I'm asking is if one project in the transitional cluster study were to withdraw, does that require an entire a full restudy, or is there some criteria for what would trigger a restudy?
Sure. So if you look in the report, you may see that some of the upgrades, may be primarily impacted by one project, or, and then there's maybe a number of projects that have a smaller impact. And you might expect potentially that if that one project that was allocated a large amount of that or had the high impact were to withdraw, that upgrade might go away. There's also a potential that, a project withdrawing that could be pushing back on an upgrade, on a potentially overloaded line. And Bill can talk Bill might be better to talk about how that would work, but, and Bill would be the person actually that would decide whether a restudy was required. And so
I can make an attempt. I don't have a clear, bright line on that answer. I expect that going into phase two, if any significant, I apologize, don't have a number there, projects withdraw, we will perform a restudy as part of phase two. And then it's a later after phase two, if even more projects withdraw after phase two, that's where we would get the longer period to do yet another restudy. But going into phase two, there's a good chance we'll do a restudy, but it will not extend the phase two timeframe.
Okay. But my assumption, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but certainly if Juneau Solar, due to its size of 275 megawatts, if it were to withdraw, that would certainly trigger a restudy.
Certainly, that's right.
Okay. And so you provided some information about the total megawatts in the DEP transitional cluster study, and I think it's 2,094 total megawatts. And the majority of that, from the numbers you provided, is, I'll just call it solar, generally solar plus storage and standalone storage. What are the other projects in the transitional cluster study that are not the solar projects?
There are 3 standalone batteries, if that's your question. And that's all there is aside from the solars.
Okay. So the entire transitional cluster is solar only, solar plus storage, and then standalone storage.
That's correct, in DEP.
And DEP. Okay, but that may be different for DEC, is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And then I think you also said that there are, what we're really interested in, of course, in this proceeding is the Juneau Solar network upgrades. And you said that there were 27 projects that are interdependent on the network upgrades that are required for Juneau Solar. Correct?
Correct.
Yes. And do you have the number of the amount of megawatts for those 27 projects that are interdependent on those same Juneau Solar network upgrades?
I did not add those up. No, I'm sorry. I don't have that handy.
Do you have a ballpark number?
I mean, it's a good chunk. It's not an official term.
When I looked at it, it's around 12 to 1,300.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I had calculated about 1,600, but it sounds like my calculation may be too high. Regardless, 1,200 or 1,300 is substantial.
Mr. Fanouken, can you please pull the microphone closer to you?
Oh, I was just saying that it's I looked at it, it was about 12 to 1,300 megawatts.
And of those projects that will be sharing the network upgrades that have been assigned in part to Juneau Solar, are they all transmission interconnected projects, or are they some interconnection, some transmission and some distribution connected projects?
It's some transmission, some distribution.
Okay. And then also trying to understand which the types of projects that will be sharing in these network upgrades. Are they also both qualifying facilities and merchant plants, or are they all one or the other?
I believe there's 2 other for projects that are in that set.
I'm sorry, 2 other.
Sorry, there's 3 other projects.
Okay.
Mr. Fanouken, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I have 2 other commissioners that keep
Sorry.
doing this.
I have, there's
just try to pull or
Yeah, I got it.
shout out.
Sure.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
three other for projects aside from Juneau.
And I'm going, so So there are, so it sounds like the majority of the projects that are in the transitional cluster study that we'll be sharing in these network upgrades are qualifying facilities. Is that correct?
By count, yeah.
By number, but not necessarily by megawatts.
Yes, the projects are certainly larger.
And of course, the qualifying facilities that we'll be sharing in the network upgrades under FERC policy, they are required to be solely responsible for paying for the network upgrades. Is that your understanding?
That's correct.
Okay. And then going back to a question that I had about phase 2 and a potential restudy, is do you have any insight or expectation about whether the total cost of upgrades in the transitional cluster study will increase in phase 2? Or is this considered to be relatively a firm number for the network upgrade cost?
I can fathom a guess that the upgrade costs will stay the same or go down. If a significant number of projects drop, some of the upgrades may no longer be necessary. It's hard to predict until we get there, but I would not expect, although it's not impossible, for the total to go up.
So the total could go up, but then it also could be reduced depending upon which projects might ultimately end up dropping out of the transitional cluster.
That's correct.
And I think there's a lot to be learned since this is the first cluster study under Q reform. So I think everyone will learn a lot from this first study. And then you talked briefly about the manner in which network upgrade costs are allocated among projects that require the network upgrades. And in the allocation, as my understanding, is done proportionally based upon the megawatts of the projects that are, I'm sorry, looks like you're about ready to answer.
Close. It's the megawatt impact of the projects on the overloaded lines. Just as an example, an 80 megawatt solar farm, if it causes a problem transmission line to increase in flow by 8 megawatts, for example, the 8 megawatts is the impact of that project on that line.
And so the larger projects in the transitional cluster study, such as Juno Solar, that impacts the need for upgrades to the system, they would have a proportionally larger share of the cost for the network upgrades. That's a very simplistic statement, but I think it's accurate. Would you agree?
In a simplistic way, I would say there's that affect the size, but also the location. So the closer a generator is to a problem transmission line, it'll typically have a higher megawatt impact, and the larger, as you say, generator will typically have a larger impact on the line.
Thank you. And when I reviewed the phase 1 report, my analysis is that Juno Solar at 275 megawatts is the largest project that's being studied in the transitional cluster. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And my analysis is also that the next largest project that's in the study is 165 megawatts, and that's a project that's located in South Carolina. Is that correct also?
That sounds correct, yes.
And so I want to move on to get a sense of the network upgrades that are required for Juno Solar and the other interdependent projects. And I appreciate you providing some information about the specific network upgrades that are required. But can you just at a high level, I want to understand the area where these network upgrades are required. And it's my understanding that we're talking about southeastern North Carolina and this very congested area of the state that we call the red zone. Is that an accurate general statement?
Many of the upgrades and many of the more costly upgrades are in that area, as you say, which is generally in lines that help get power from the Fayetteville, Richmond County area up towards Raleigh. Yes. Okay. That's what we've been calling the red zone unofficially.
Okay. And by calling it a red zone, that in kind of general terms as well, that means like a very substantially congested area of Duke system. Is that a fair general statement?
Right. There are numerous lines that are, getting close to their limit, and we've had many requests impact those potentially.
And without the construction of network upgrades in this red zone that we're talking about, where the Juno Solar upgrades would be located, are any new generation resources able to be connected without triggering some sort of network upgrades?
Let me clarify, just ask if you're talking about in the specific area in around Juneau.
That's correct.
I mean, we can only officially study, the requests that we get in the exact locations where they request to connect. But generally in the Juneau area, it's congested. It's hard to predict without doing a unique study for any specific request.
And are you aware of the time frame of when in this area, this red zone area surrounding Juneau Solar that we're talking about, are you aware of the time when the last generation resource was actually connected to Duke's system? Do you have a year or a date when that occurred?
I don't have that off the top of my head. I don't know, Nate, if you can call.
I don't know.
Would it be fair to say that it's not been within the past several years?
There's some distribution projects that are connected, subject to curtailment rights. That they're going to. Some have already.
Mr. Fanouken, you're going to have to
Sorry.
repeat that whole.
Yeah, my bad. So there are some distribution projects that have been connected in that area that will be connected sooner, recently connected, that have curtailment rights. So basically we can turn them off if there's an issue. And that was part of a settlement with those projects that had been in the queue for a long period of time.
But you're referring to distribution projects, not
Distribution
transmission
projects, yeah,
projects.
it's certainly been a number of years since a transmission project has connected in that area.
And I assume that both of you are familiar with the Frisian Holdings project.
Yes.
Yeah.
And are the network upgrades that we have been talking about that are required for Juno Solar and then the other interdependent projects, are these essentially the same network upgrades that would be required for Juno Solar, for Frisian, the Frisian project?
Those are many of the same upgrades, yes.
The bulk of the dollars are the exact same upgrades, and there were also not significant new upgrades identified in this study. These were mainly the same upgrades that we've seen in past system impact studies for projects connecting in that area.
Okay, thank you. And so I want to move on to a different line of questioning that from the report, and it relates to the lead time to construct network upgrades that you have a chart that begins on page 24 of the phase 1 report.
Yes.
Okay. And when we talk about lead time, I think obviously that means the time that it will take Duke to construct the network upgrades. Is that the lead time that you're referring to and that the report refers to?
Yes, that's correct.
And the lead time for the Juno Solar network upgrades, from my review of the report, is 66 months, which would be about 5.5 years. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the report also says that the lead time for constructing the network upgrades, in other words, when you can begin construction of the network upgrades, doesn't occur until after Duke and the interconnection customer enters into an LGIA. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct, Nate. Would you say
That's correct.
Yeah, there's I believe, a footnote in the report about when the lead time begins. And I think it says after the LGIA
Yes.
is entered into.
It would be a milestone in the LGIA.
Right. And so I want to talk about the timing then for expected completion of construction of the network upgrades for projects that, first I'll talk about the projects in the transitional cluster study, and then of course there'll be project in the DISIS study afterwards. And are you familiar with the timeline for when projects are expected to enter into LGIAs in the transitional cluster study?
I believe so. I don't have it right with me, but it's definitely in 2023.
Right. Well, subject to check, does the date of April the 27th of 2023 sound like the correct date when
Subject to
LGIAs?
check.
And subject to check is the expected date when projects would enter into LGIAs and DISIS about a year afterwards. So subject to check, would that be in January of 2024?
Yeah, subject to check.
And so going back to construction of network upgrades for projects that are in the transitional cluster study. If they enter into LGIAs in April of 2023, my calculation then is that the network upgrades won't be completed until sometime in the fourth quarter of 2028 at the earliest. Does that sound correct to you?
Yeah,
And that would mean that the generating facilities would not be able to be online until 2029. Is that generally accurate?
yeah, with full network service. That would be.
And I think that the reason why this timing is important is because of House Bill 951 that has the 70% carbon reduction mandate by 2030. And would you agree that it's very important to have the network upgrades constructed and projects online in order to meet the 2030 70% mandate?
I would object to this question. That 951 is not the purpose of this hearing. The purpose of the hearing is this phase one study report and the upgrades allocated to Juneau Solar specifically, and how that plays into its application for a CPCN.
Yes. So if for Juneau Solar, the earliest that Juneau Solar, if it is in the transitional cluster study, would not be online until 2029. Is that generally accurate?
That sounds generally accurate, yes.
And then Juneau Solar would be able to contribute to the carbon reduction mandate by the date of 2030 if it's online by 2029.
Yeah, yes.
And for if Juneau Solar were in the DISIS study rather than the transitional cluster study, it would not enter into an LGIA until probably January of 2024, as I mentioned. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then based upon that 5.5-year lead time for construction of network upgrades, that would mean that the earliest that Juneau Solar could be operational would be the second half of 2029. Is my math correct?
Subject to check.
And that is a very close date to the mandate for 951 of carbon reduction by
Objection.
2030.
Whether or not Juneau Solar, we have no evidence that Juneau Solar is intending to be part of the 951 carbon plan.
What's your response?
I think it is relevant to show that having the network upgrades constructed for Juneau Solar and for the other projects and the transition cluster study is critical for being able to meet House Bill 951's carbon reduction mandate by 2030.
Well, at this point, it really, I think, turns on the fact of whether you're selling to Duke or PJM. So do you have a response to that?
Mr. Levitas will be providing some information about the need for the facility in his testimony, but I think the general information about construction network upgrades is relevant because it's included in the Phase 1 report. So I'll move on from that question. And that's all the questions that I have for you. So I appreciate your complete answers.
Thank you, Mr. Josie.
Thank you very much. I have questions for both of you. If I ask one of you a question, the other one can fill in some gaps, feel free. But Mr. Finucane, I'd like to start with you. You stated earlier that there are several ways for a FERC jurisdictional project to show readiness to enter into the transitional cluster study, correct? I believe there are 4 ways: binding term sheet, proof that they are involved in a resource solicitation process, or they can provide the additional financial security, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And to your knowledge, which one did Juno choose?
They provide the additional security.
Okay. And the same requirements to enter Phase 2 as a ready project, they are the same requirements for entering into Phase 1 and Phase 2, correct?
With the exception of the security level is higher.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Mr. Finucane.
Sorry, the security level is higher for
Thank you.
entering into Phase 2.
and to your knowledge, Juno has not shown to be a ready project, and their intent is to provide that extra financial security to enter Phase 2, correct?
So we're in the customer engagement period now where they would, if they did intend to provide, an alternate form of readiness, that we would be taking a look at that and determining whether it, whether it was a binding commitment.
Thank you. If Juno were to, and I think you spoke to this earlier, if Juno were to drop out prior to Phase 2, they would only have to forfeit their study costs, correct? Their allocation of the study costs.
That's correct.
And any other facility that were to drop out of Phase 1 would also only have to pay their allocation of the Phase 1 study costs, correct?
That's correct.
And if Juno were to drop out after or in Phase 2, there would be a withdrawal penalty
That is correct.
of 9 times. that.
9x that number.
And that would also be for any other project that had to drop out, presumably because Juno dropped out.
That's correct.
And I believe, Mr. Acquaintance, I believe this is for you. Can you briefly explain the difference between a Phase 1 power flow cluster study and the Phase 2 system impact study as it applies to cluster?
Sure. If we have sufficient significant dropouts from Phase 1 to Phase 2, we will repeat the Phase 1 power flow study in the same methodology, but in Phase 2 with only the requests that remain in Phase 2. In addition to that, we will be performing stability studies only for the projects that go into Phase 2 and short circuit studies only for the projects that go into Phase 2. That's the primary difference.
And is a Phase 2 system impact study, you say it is more accurate as to the amount of network upgrade costs that would be allocated to each project?
In as much as the milestones help incentivize, the more serious, closer to reality projects, I would say yes. And that it covers more technical topics, I would say yes.
And just so I'm clear, when you discuss Phase 1 restudies, that you said that did not extend the time period for Phase 2, correct?
Correct. We expect to be able to perform a power flow restudy in the beginning of Phase 2, early in Phase 2.
But if you were to have to do a phase 3 system impact restudy, that would significantly increase the time period of the study
Yes,
process.
Nate, if we add another restudy in phase 3, that or between 2 and 3.
So if Juno were to drop out after a system impact study, it would significantly increase it could possibly significantly increase the time to complete the study.
Correct.
And if Juno's interconnection does in fact trigger a DEC transmission system, affected systems upgrade, how will those upgrade costs be allocated?
I don't think I have an answer for you right now. I don't know that answer today.
So, for instance, in PJM, it's a first to calls, and it's all allocated to the system or the facility that causes the affected systems upgrade.
And you refer to a PJM project causing an overload on, say, a Duke Energy system?
Yes.
Correct. That has been our process.
Would you
Right.
expect that would be the process going forward?
I would expect that. So, yes.
Thank you. And on page 56 of the phase 1 cluster study report, you talk about or the report talks about cost estimates in the report are class 5 estimates. Could you please explain what a class 5 cost estimate is?
Yes, and hopefully I won't get out of my lane on this one as I'm not a project manager, but a class 5 estimate is, I believe, defined as a plus 100% minus 50% estimate.
And can you explain, is that the margin of error for the?
That's considered to be the margin of error, yes.
So the cost of the Juno upgrades could be half of what they are currently stated in the report, or as much as double.
That's the definition, correct, of class 5. And our estimates do include some contingency. I'll cover a little bit of that.
Okay, that's all the questions I have at this time.
Okay, thank you. Redirect.
Just one clarifying question. So there's discussion about the difference in we'll call the non-ready path or FERC jurisdictional interconnection customers. And Mr. Finucane, this is for you. And the $5 million, can you just clarify that's the amount of security provided at phase 1 and then phase 2? So it's not more than $5 million. That's an aggregate number over time, and explain how that works.
Yeah, so they'll, if they choose to move into phase 2 without without a binding term sheet, that they would have a total of 5 million security posted in addition to a 250K deposit.
So under the large generator interconnection procedures, it's the 3 million that Juno already provided to enter the phase 1 study, and then an incremental $2 million.
That's correct.
That's all I have.
Good morning, gentlemen. Mr. Josie, thank you for your questions. You've saved me a lot of time on several questions. But I'm not sure which of you should answer, so whichever one of you wants to answer is fine with me. I want to ask some questions just to follow up on a couple of things Mr. Josie asked. Do you have the transition cluster study in front of you?
Yes,
You can
Commissioner.
take a look at page 5, open to page 5. I'm just curious about where we are in some of these, and I think Ms. Kemmerich referred to, or may have alluded to indirectly, not by name, project that's given ID number 187960 at the bottom of page 5. That is a proposed 160 megawatt solar facility in Darlington, South Carolina. See that one?
Yes, I see that one.
I'm curious if you know, do you know whether that project is proceeding under the commercial readiness criteria, or is that had to post security?
I don't know that one, Nate. I don't know if you understand that one.
I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure.
Are you less than 100% sure? You have a reasonable idea, subject to check or something of that sort?
Sure.
I believe that one, it's public knowledge. That's a Duke Energy facility.
So I believe that would be proceeding under the resource indicated in a resource plan.
Sure, okay.
But I'm not, that's what I wasn't sure about, is whether that's what they did, what they,
You're not
what they
absolutely sure about that.
indicated. But we can certainly.
No, that's helpful. And I thank you for that. Let me take another example. Go up the page about 2 or 3, and you got project ID 179866, which is a proposed 150 megawatt facility located in Williamsburg County, South Carolina. Do you know whether that's proceeding under commercial readiness criteria or under financial assurances?
My understanding is that would be a financial insurance.
That's a financial assurances.
Yeah.
And again, I don't want to jump to a generalization too quickly, but it appears that most of the other transmission projects, other than the Juno project and the 2 I've just asked you about, are less than 80 megawatts. Would it be safe for me to generalize and presume that all of those are proceeding as QFs?
Except for the storage of the solar project.
Except of the solar projects or solar plus storage.
Yes.
So that would, aside from the standalone storage projects, that would be a
That's
safe
correct.
generalization for me to make.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. Mr. Josie may have asked you this, and if he did, it's probably while I was having a sidebar with one of my colleagues, so I apologize for repeating if I'm doing so. After the phase 2 study, what class estimate do you have? Or let's call it for the power flow related projects.
I don't believe that the estimate changes during phase 2. The class of estimate changes during phase 2.
I believe we actually will be improving those. I believe once at the beginning of phase 2, when we know who's in phase 2, our plan is to begin putting together better costs for the interconnection, which is known right at the beginning because they're staying in. And then we're going to run the power flow study. And then we will start looking at if we can get better costs for the network upgrades that remain phase 2.
You'll rerun the power flow study at the beginning of phase 2.
That's correct.
Based upon who has entered phase 2.
That's correct.
Okay.
But that doesn't change the class estimate of the estimation. We're going to continue to work on the estimation, but I don't believe that the class definition of the estimate changes until facility study.
Thank you. That answers the question. I appreciate it. Well, let me sort of follow a little bit on that. And as you sit here today, are you or either of you, or as Duke, aware of any projects that were included in the transition cluster study that have already communicated some intent not to proceed in phase 2? I mean, whether it was after the study was released yesterday or even before, I mean, for reasons that may have nothing to do with the study, are you aware as we sit here today of any projects we ought to go ahead and sort of look at and think, well, they may not be in phase 2?
Not in DEP.
Not in DEP.
Yeah, we did have some DEC projects that withdrew early in phase 1 due to the tranche 3. They wanted to be in part of the CPRA.
They want to be part of tranche 3
Yeah.
of CPRA.
And it's a handful of projects.
Okay. Thank you. Let me go back to the 2 projects I was asking you about that are both in South Carolina and both one's 150, one's 165 megawatts. Do you, as you sit here today, does Duke have any knowledge about whether either of those projects has applied for or has already received a CPCN from the South Carolina Public Service Commission?
I don't.
Don't know.
I don't have any knowledge.
Don't have
of
any
that.
information on that. That's fine. Gentlemen, you don't have this here today. I'm going to try to ask the question without requiring any reference to the documents, but I've taken a look back through the report of the North Carolina Transmission Planning Collaborative released in January of this year, 2022, and also at the recent offshore wind study that Duke generated and has presented to this commission, among other places. You're familiar generally with both of those documents. In my review, I couldn't find any of the network upgrades that are identified in the transition cluster study and are, shall I say, listed for Juno Solar. I couldn't find any of those listed as projects that are scheduled or planned in the transmission planning collaborative study or in the offshore wind study. Was my research correct?
I think your research was correct.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you. That's all I have.
Chair Mitchell.
Good morning, gentlemen, and Mr. Fanouken, welcome to your first run at the commission. We appreciate
Thanks.
your being here. I have a few questions for you. Following on Commissioner Clodfelter's last question. So is it fair to say that none of the upgrades that have been identified in this phase 1 study for Juno or really for any of the other generators are necessary for reliability purposes, or are they?
You want me to take that one?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. You're correct that they are not necessary for reliability. The upgrades assigned to the transition cluster generator requests are not necessary for reliability without those generators.
Okay, so these upgrades would be of the type that are necessary only to meet generator interconnection request needs. Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Just one quick question, then I'll get into another line of questions. Page 45 of the study identifies or discusses upgrades to the Fayetteville, I guess that's Fayetteville DuPont line. Let me
I
know
see
when
that,
y'all-
yeah.
Okay, you're there. And there's an estimated cost. In the estimated cost column, there's a reference to a transmission plan. What is the transmission plan?
That is our plan to meet normal reliability requirements, for example, the NERC standards. And just for additional detail, there are a few upgrades in this study that the cluster generators contribute to, but we're already in our plan. So we are already, and that's an example of one of them. We do have in our plan now to reconductor the Hope Mills Church Street to Roslyn Solar section of that line and to show up for reliability reasons. And its cost is not assigned to the cluster, whereas the section right below it is not needed and planned for reliability needs and is needed for this cluster.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, where an upgrade is shown in the company's transmission plan, costs associated with that upgrade aren't assigned to any of the generators. Is that correct?
Correct. They are not assigned to the generator.
Okay. Okay. How much overlap is there between the transmission plan and the upgrades shown in the phase 1 study? This is one example. How many other examples are there?
And by overlap, you mean it might be different sections of the same transmission line? that kind
Or
of
a
thing?
section of the transmission line that Duke is showing as having to
Oh,
upgrade.
I
for
see. I don't have a count. I flipping, I have to flip through and count those. The following pages 46 and 47 are 4 sections of one line that's in the utility plan. So that's 2. There's, if I recall, an upgrade on our Richmond County transformers is in the plan. That's what I recall, but I would have to count. There
Okay.
might be one or two others.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Mitchell, I'd also note that DEC has significant transmission plan work in their report too, more significant than DEP.
Okay, thank you for that. Did either of you, I'm going to lob this question to both of you all, and you all can, the appropriate person can answer it. But did you all review the testimony that the applicant witness Levitas pre-filed in this docket? It was same point made in his direct testimony and his rebuttal testimony about the necessity of these upgrades in terms of meeting the carbon reduction requirements that are now set forth in 951.
Yes.
We are familiar with those.
And what is DEP's view on the point that Mr. Levitas makes there?
Regarding the need for these upgrades?
To meet 951 requirements.
We think that this is an important challenge.
Say that again, I can't hear you.
We believe this is an important challenge to solve the allocation of these upgrades.
Okay, I don't think you answered my question, so let me be clearer. Do these upgrades have to be constructed on DEP's system in order to meet the requirements now set forth in 951?
I mean, I think our main focus today is on the transmission cluster study report. I don't have a thought that's on that further topic of House Bill 951.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, without having the carbon plan, I mean, it's hard to say, but yeah, I mean, it's important. I mean, these upgrades are going to be important.
Okay. Okay. Are you, I see Mr. Jennings back there in the room. I'll probe this question a little bit more with you two gentlemen, see if I can get sort of closer to where I'm trying to get here. Mr. Jennings, you might need to come up here and help them answer if we don't get closer to a response here. So the applicant argues strenuously. We heard it. We've now read it in their direct testimony. We've read it in their rebuttal testimony. We heard it during the first phase of the evidentiary hearing. Duke has intervened in this proceeding, which is unusual for these EMPs. I went back into the record and I think I see two other instances where Duke has intervened in merchant proceedings, one of which was Frisian, another of which was the NTE facility, which was a gas turbine. So I need some help from DEP here. Are these lines, are these upgrades going to be constructed regardless of who is paying for them? Can you all answer that question?
I think there's a good likelihood that some of these lines will be needed, depending on which solar, where is solar built? That's, of course, a huge question.
Following up on and I understand your response. Can solar facilities be constructed elsewhere in the state to avoid this transmission constraint problem and the need for upgrades that we're seeing here in the red zone?
From a transmission point of view, they can be. Of course, there are many factors in locating solar plants, but from a transmission point of view, additional solar can locate in DEP in other areas. But again, I can't speak to their viability from land acquisition and other things like that.
So there is non-red zone transmission capacity available elsewhere in DEP. And the question is sort of the other factors that go into the development of a solar facility that aren't associated with the transmission capacity.
Correct.
Okay.
I would offer, Chair Mitchell, that when we look at the queue, the previous serial queue and the transitional cluster queue, that we see, lots of projects in this area and lots of larger projects in this area that we don't necessarily see that volume or size of project anywhere else when we look historically at interconnection requests that we've received.
And I understand that, and I think we could all accept that as fact at this point in time.
Yeah.
We've certainly been talking about the red zone for many years,
Sure.
and we know that part of the purpose of one of the, at least intentions of moving to the competitive process was to try to steer project development to locations in the state where, possibly avoid the need to upgrade the transmission system. But I guess, my question here is really, are these upgrades inevitable? And who's paying for them, if the answer is yes? I appreciate your efforts at trying to answer that question, but I think you all now understand what my question is.
I can,
Well, go ahead, please answer.
And sorry, I have nothing further.
And to the extent it'd be helpful to the commission, we appreciate that the technical experts we brought today are technical experts that are focused on the phase 1 study report and perhaps aren't as prepared as the commission would like for the big picture question of what does the carbon plan need by 2030 to achieve the General Assembly's goals, which is a large, complex question that the companies are still engaging with stakeholders on and plan to file a very significant plan on the 16th. And so,
And I, Mr. Brashford, just to be clear, sorry, Commissioner Duffley, I understand all that, and I'm not trying to get into development of carbon plan questions here in this EMP proceeding. My question only is Duke is in this proceeding as a party now. You've got your experts who here before us. We've got the applicant testimony as to the criticality of these upgrades and meeting all kinds of different objectives that have now been established, in the public policy of the state. So I want to know where Duke lands on that testimony. Where is Duke? Since Duke is here in this proceeding before us right now, where is Duke on? And that's the reason for my questions, and these gentlemen have given me their responses. So.
understood, and I apologize, I perhaps too much wind up in my response, but the thought was that we could provide a late filed exhibit or written response similar to what was done in the Frisian proceeding, providing Duke's perspective on the question that Chair Mitchell has asked, because it is a significant policy question that's broader than the scope of the technical questions that are before, or that we were prepared and brought witnesses to address to the commission today. So if that'd be helpful, the companies would be glad to undertake that expeditiously.
We would find that helpful, and we request that late filed exhibit.
Understood. Thank you. And I presume other parties may want to respond to that, but.
So, good morning, gentlemen. So let's go back to a question, if you can answer it. Why did Duke intervene in this proceeding, if either of you know? What was the purpose?
I don't personally have an answer myself. I'm sorry.
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay, thank you. So now hopefully I'll be getting into questions that you have prepared for. So what are the total upgrades assigned to interconnection customers in the TCS that are subject to the FERC crediting policy?
I don't believe I calculated that, but we could definitely get that for you.
Yeah.
It's a matter of pulling our calculator out for a few minutes.
Or can you just identify, will it just be the FERC projects, the projects labeled as FERC projects?
Native.
Yeah.
right.
If you add up the upgrades assigned to the projects labeled as FERC, then you would get to that number,
Okay, thank you.
excluding the interconnection facilities.
And can you provide an estimated LCOT, levelized cost of transmission associated with the entire TCS? Have y'all performed that calculation?
The total cost over the total megawatt hour? No.
Right.
I would also add, well, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
How you calculate LCOT is important. And, if you're looking at one project versus a whole bulk of projects with different commercial operation dates and lifespans and stuff like that. So it's more involved than it might sound.
And what, so you obviously don't know what the LCOT would be if all the projects except Juno dropped out of the TCS?
I don't.
Commissioner Klopfelter asked with respect to, have you received any withdrawals from the TCS? If the company can, please, if this is not confidential information, and I'll let Mr. Brightshort answer this, but if it's publicly available, if the company can file with the commission notice of any withdrawals from the TCS within a day of the receipt of that withdrawal. I'll let you think about that, and we'll touch base before the end of the hearing on that request. If you could go to page 53 of the TCS. And this is your section where you've identified DEC as being an affected system. So when would the company have a cost estimate for those potential impacts?
I don't have a direct answer for you. Of course, the report is shared with these potential affected systems already. And they've been invited to the presentation on, is it March 7th, I believe. They will participate. Whether they, and of course, all the utilities, I don't know if you're talking all the potential affected systems in general or DEC more specifically.
Well, let's start with DEC.
I don't have a direct, I apologize, answer for you. It was my thought that if I was an affected system, I'd like to see who goes into phase 2. And in my experience with many of the neighboring utilities, it won't be before those notifications about who's going into phase 2 are known. So it'll be well into phase 2, I believe, before some of that information is known.
Okay, but could it be as late as the facility study?
I'm not sure. I would hope we can get it quicker than that.
Okay, and will you estimate any type of share, or is it, I think you were talking with Mr. Josie about this, is it a first to cause?
We have traditionally used a first to cause, yes, for affected system purposes.
And so you have communicated at this point with all of the other transmission owners that have affected systems, that they're potential affected systems?
And Nate, you can correct me if I'm wrong. They've been notified. I don't know if we told them specifically
Yeah.
or just sent them the report.
So they've received an invitation to the March 7th meeting, and that our intention was for them to be kind of party to that meeting and participate and maybe represent what their plans were as regards to assessing the notification from DEC and DEP that they might be a potential affected system.
Okay. And then if you could go to page 45.
I'm sorry, did you say 45?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So if you could explain this discrepancy between, in the middle box, you have 12 million roughly of estimated cost of upgrades. But then when you do the cost allocation for the two projects, at the far right, it looks like only 2.5, 2.6 million are allocated. So what's the discrepancy between those two numbers?
That's a good question, and it may be a function of how we laid out the report. In the first part, before this section, we discussed the NRIS results, and those are generators that want firm service. And by the way, all generators had firm service, NRIS, or NRIS and ERIS, by the way. But so these upgrades were described in that prior section. And they are assigned across all the generators that contribute, and that does add up to the 12.036 million. In this section, we tried to discuss the ERIS, those that, optionally checked the ERIS box on the FERC form. And our goal here was to indicate which projects, for those that did request potential ERIS, what was their contribution to those upgrades. So maybe another way to say it is this bottom box on page 45. That upgrade there's a more detailed, a more full table earlier for that exact upgrade for all the projects that contributed to it. So we just pulled out 2 of the rows from that. And so I can understand now why that's a little unclear.
That's helpful. Thank you. And then we talked about the different classes and moving down. Currently, we are at a class 5 estimate. When will that class change? I'm not sure I heard the answer of when it will go down to 4, 3, 2, 1.
Nate, is it class 3 in facility studies?
I believe the facility study is a class 3 estimate.
Class 3. So it'll change at the facilities study.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Questions on commission questions?
Actually, Commissioner Duffy, I do have one more question. Are either of you gentlemen aware of the commercial arrangement for the sale of the output of this facility?
We received a non-binding term sheet from the applicant that had some information in it, but that's the only evidence of any commercial agreement that we have.
And what can you tell me about that non-binding term sheet that isn't confidential? Who was the off-taker?
Is that?
That's confidential.
Sure. No.
Okay, well, we'll go into confidential session later then.
Okay, questions on commission questions? Start with Ms. Kimmerat.
I think Mr. Snowden has a couple of questions, but I have just one question following up from Commissioner Duffley's question, just for clarification. And you stated that in response to one of her questions about affected system costs, I believe you stated that the way that they are allocated currently is on a first to serve basis. Is that correct?
First to cause.
First to cause. Okay. And for clarification, are you aware that Juno Solar has agreed to a condition that if any affected system costs are on the Duke system, that Juno Solar will be solely responsible for paying for those costs?
I did read those.
Okay. Thank you. And now Mr. Snowden has some questions.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Quaintance. It's nice to see you face to face.
Good to see you again.
I have a couple questions following up on Commissioner Clodfelter's questions. Mr. Quaintance, you're involved with the TPC, the Transmission Planning Collaborative, is that right?
Right, the North Carolina Transmission Planning Collaborative, yes.
Okay. And Commissioner Clodfelter referenced some public policy studies that are being conducted by the TPC, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So public policy studies are submitted by third parties to the TPC, is that right?
Generally, the members of NCTPC can submit similar requests for study.
But it's only relatively recently, within the last few years, that the TPC has been conducting these public policy studies. Is that right?
I apologize for not having a long history with the group, but there have been more significant ones recently.
Okay, understood. But the TPC just undertakes those public policy studies that are requested by third parties or by members, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And is it the case that no one has requested that the Transmission Planning Collaborative undertake a study of the upgrades that are required for the TCS Phase 1? Is that right?
I would say that's correct. In the way you said it, right? No one has requested it.
Okay. And so the Transmission Planning Collaborative is not at this time undertaking any study of those upgrades, right?
I would say we're in the middle of some studies that may impact those or show some results related to those lines. The request, we are performing a request from public staff that came in 21. We're trying to wrap it up now, which was a renewables type of policy study. And some of these may show up. We don't have the final results yet, though.
Okay. And so the public staff's request, you said it came in 2021?
That's right. It's really part of the 2021 NCTPC work, but it's taken longer, and we're still working on that right now.
Okay. And that came in before HB 951 was passed, right?
I don't recall exactly. It may have.
Okay. But the scope of that study is not matched up to the carbon reduction mandates in 951, correct?
It did not. I don't believe that request mentioned House Bill 951.
Okay. And the quantities of renewables that are requested to be studied in that policy request, as you understand it, those don't match up with the requirements for meeting the 951 mandates, does it?
They were certainly not intended to align with that, and I believe they were probably smaller than that House Bill 951 may require.
Okay. And that, when is that study going to be completed?
I don't have an exact date, but I think within the next month or two, we expect that to be completed and published.
Okay, thank you. And the last question, the Transmission Planning Collaborative is not at this time undertaking a comprehensive study of the transmission improvements that would be needed to meet the requirements of HB 951, is it?
It is not currently. Our study effort for 2022 is being developed. The scope is being developed. We've received various requests, and we are evaluating those and working on determining what we will study for 2022.
Understood. Thank you. And if you can say, when would you anticipate that any of those studies might be completed?
We typically we kind of have a standard reliability study. Every year we wrap up and publish by December of the year. For a very complex public policy study, it can sometimes go into the next year, as we've seen with 2021.
So those studies are unlikely to be completed by the time the commission issues a decision on the carbon plan, correct?
Can you refresh my memory on that date?
That's the end of December.
There's a chance that's correct, yes.
Thank you.
No questions.
Question.
Thank you, commissioners.
10:55. let's go back on the record. Ms. Cameron.
Okay. So Juno Solar calls our panel of witnesses, and our panel is Steve Levitas and Derek Sackler. And Mr. Levitas testified at the first evidentiary hearing on November 30th of 2021. So I'll just briefly ask that he identify himself again with his name, business address, and occupation.
Morning, Commissioners. I'm Steve Levitas, Senior Vice President with Pine Gate Renewables at 130 Robert Street in Asheville, North Carolina.
And our second witness is Derek Sackler. And Mr. Sackler, could you begin by providing your name, business address, and by whom you are employed?
Yes, good morning. I'm Derek Sackler. I also work at 130 Robert Street, and I'm employed by Pine Gate Renewables.
And can you describe your educational background and also your work experience?
Happy to, yeah. I attained my Bachelor of Science in Finance and a Bachelor of Science in Economics from Florida State University. Attained my Master of Science in Finance also from Florida State University. Spent roughly 2 to 3 years at a competitive power trading desk. That was called Integra Power Group. Spent roughly 4 years at PA Consulting Group on the market analytics desk until 2020. I was with NextEra Energy Resources up until mid-2020, doing distributed generation, M&A, and development. And since from mid-2020 to present, I've been at Pine Gate Renewables. I'm a director of market development there.
Thank you, Mr. Sackler. And Mr. Sackler, is this the first time that you've testified before the North Carolina Utilities Commission?
It is.
Okay. But you were here for the evidentiary hearing on November 30th. Is that correct?
That was correct.
Okay, great. So, Mr. Levitas, have you prepared a statement that you would like to read to the commission?
I have.
Okay. Can you please go ahead and read your statement?
Morning again, Commissioners. Happy to be before you again this morning. Can you hear me okay? I want to begin by thanking you for holding this second evidentiary hearing to consider issuing a conditional certificate of public convenience and necessity to Juno Solar in light of Duke Energy Progress's Transitional Cluster Study Phase 1 report dated February 28th, 2022. As requested, we filed the Phase 1 report in the docket yesterday, March 1st. And in light of the Phase 1 report, we now have information about the network upgrade costs assigned to Juno Solar and the total upgrade cost for projects in the transitional cluster study. Frankly, we were surprised by the size of the network upgrade cost that DEP assigned to Juno Solar in the Phase 1 report, but we're not here to dispute or challenge the results and don't imagine that we intend to. As you've already heard from DEP's witnesses, Juno Solar is identified in the Phase 1 report as project identification number 170274, and the cost of the network upgrades assigned to Juno Solar is $89.682 million. As you also heard, the majority of the network upgrades assigned to Juno Solar and other interdependent projects in the transitional cluster study are essentially the same upgrades that were discussed during the Frisian proceeding in docket number EMP 105 sub-0. It remains the case that these upgrades are needed to eliminate transmission constraints in a large portion of DEP's service territory that is particularly well suited to solar development, but where no new solar projects have been able to connect to the grid for several years. And just to digress for a minute from my statement with respect to something you heard earlier, while there may be transmission resources elsewhere, if there were viable solar development sites elsewhere, you would have seen a lot more solar move into those areas over the last 5 years. I refer to this constrained area as the red zone. You've heard that term today, and to these upgrades as the red zone upgrades. Our calculations, Ms. Kemmerite indicated, was that there were approximately 1,600 megawatts in the transition cluster, DEP transition cluster study that would benefit from the participation in these upgrades. I think the Duke witnesses may have said it was closer to 1,200 to 1,300. I guess that remains to be sorted out, but it's a significant number. And that would benefit from these upgrades. And our rough calculation was that there was about $365 million of total upgrade costs associated with the red zone upgrades. I think it's important to note, and I believe it to be the case, that there are many future projects that would benefit from these upgrades as well. In the Friesian proceeding, Duke took the unusual step of filing letters from its North Carolina president and regulatory attorney about the benefits of the red zone upgrades. When it filed those letters, House Bill 951 had not been enacted, but Duke nonetheless stated that it viewed it as, quote, a pivotal time of transition in North Carolina's energy policy, close quote. Duke DEP's regulatory attorney explained the multiple benefits of the red zone upgrades. First, he said that, quote, the network upgrades are representative of the type of network upgrades that may be required in the future to achieve CO2 reduction targets, and that the additional resources accommodated by those upgrades will move Duke closer to the various CO2 reduction targets. He went on to explain that if Friesian then was not granted a CPCN and was not constructed, the need for the upgrade, quote, will not go away. Instead, DEP, he said, will be required to assign the network upgrades or some portion thereof to the next project, or in this case, as we've seen, projects in the interconnection queue. And again, I'm quoting, it's highly unlikely that any single project will be able to absorb the cost of those upgrades. He said that the most, quoting again, the most likely outcome in the short term would be a cascading series of withdrawals resulting in complete paralysis of the interconnection queue in this portion of DEP's service territory. And he accurately forecasted that, quote, if the Friesian network upgrades are not constructed at this time, there will be a further substantial delay in the interconnection of any additional generating facilities in this area of DEP, close quote. And you've heard there's been no transmission projects added for years in this area. I believe that the benefits of the red zone upgrades are even more important today in light of the passage of House Bill 951. In Juneau Solar's, and I'll say more about that in a minute. In Juneau Solar's conditional CPCN application, Juneau committed to conditions to ensure that ratepayers would not be subjected to unreasonably high network upgrade costs as well as affected system costs. Juneau agreed that the LCOT for any required network upgrades allocated to Juneau would be no greater than $4 per megawatt hour, and that Juneau would agree not to seek reimbursement for any affected system upgrade costs that might be incurred. The phase one TCS results appear to show, I'm not sure you heard a number today, but it looks to us like the LCOT for the network upgrades assigned to Juneau Solar could be between $6 and $7 per megawatt hour. In light of that fact and the nature of the request that's before you, Juneau is prepared to commit that if it does go forward, it will pay for all network upgrade costs that are greater than an LCOT value of $4 per megawatt hour and not seek reimbursement for that overage from ratepayers. This solution would fully protect ratepayers by ensuring that the costs are capped and that ratepayers will not be subject to unreasonable network upgrade costs. I want to point out that an LCOT value of $4 per megawatt hour is less than the LCOT value that public staff and the commission have determined to be reasonable in past proceedings, particularly the Edgecombe Solar Merchant Plant, EMP 101 sub-0, where the commission concluded that an LCOT of $6 per megawatt hour for its network upgrades was not unreasonable. I believe that granting the CPCN and preserving the possibility that the red zone upgrades can be built sooner rather than later is in the public interest. In Duke's 2020 IRP, Duke represented that 4.6 gigawatts of solar additions above the baseline would be needed to achieve 70% decarbonization by 2030. That 4.6 gigawatt volume of solar assumed that there would be high levels of wind or small modular nuclear additions as part of the 2030 portfolio. But meaningful wind and nuclear additions are not likely to be achievable by 2030. And actually, in order to achieve compliance in 2030, they would have to be in place by 2029 or very early 2030. Absent huge imports of out-of-state clean energy that don't appear likely under the carbon plan, the volume of solar required to achieve the House Bill 951 2030 target could well be at least double the 4.6 gigawatts shown in Duke's 2020 IRP. So here's the key question. And the question is whether there is any possibility of adding at least 4.6 gigawatts of solar resources to Duke's system and potentially twice that amount or more without constructing the red zone upgrades identified in the transitional cluster study. I'm not a transmission planning expert, but I've been working in the solar industry for a long time, and my personal view is that these upgrades will absolutely be required to achieve the goals of House Bill 951. You've already asked some questions to Duke today about that. You didn't get a complete answer, but it sure sounded like the prevailing view is that these upgrades will be needed. But you've directed in your 2020 IRP order, you directed Duke in its carbon plan filing that's due on May 16th, just a little over 2 months from now, to provide detailed information about the grid improvements needed to accommodate the generation additions included in the carbon plan. Surely Duke has a pretty good idea today whether the red zone upgrades are necessary to support the carbon plan that they're working on. I would encourage you to ask Duke. Again, you've asked them today, keep asking them whether they agree that the red zone upgrades need to be constructed in order to comply with the goals of House Bill 951. Given Duke's comments to the commission in the Friesian proceeding about the importance and benefits of these upgrades at that time, it would be very surprising if Duke now sees a path for achieving 70% decarbonization without major upgrades being built to relieve the red zone constraints. Now, if in fact the red zone upgrades are needed, the commission needs to determine the best way to get them built. And Chair Mitchell was asking some questions about that. How are they going to get paid for? I believe there are 3 options. The first would be to depart from the past paradigm, the paradigm we've been in, of the past transmission planning paradigm, and for Duke to initiate, or at your direction to initiate, proactively building out necessary grid improvements independent of specific interconnection requests. That's how we've done it to date in the past. Everything that we build with respect to accommodate new generation is reactive. We have not done proactive transmission planning, but in my opinion, and that of many other experts in the field, this is where we need to be going as a state and a country if we're to achieve decarbonization goals. Short of that, the second option would be to keep the transitional cluster study process on track and create a pathway for getting the study projects and associated upgrades built as quickly as possible. And you heard from Ms. Kimmeright's question that if these upgrades do not get done as part of the transitional cluster study process, we are all going to lose at least a year in getting these upgrades completed, and we're going to be bumping up against the 951 deadline. That's the third option would be to not approve the CPCN for Juneau Solar, which I believe would result in the transitional cluster study unraveling with respect to the red zone upgrades. I don't think you got a definitive answer on that today, but our best estimates are that if Juneau drops out, the per unit cost for the remaining transitional cluster projects will be so high that those projects will not be able to go forward, and that will be the end of getting the red zone upgrades accomplished through the transitional cluster study. In that case, all those projects will have to go into DICES. That's the next bite at the apple. There are going to be a lot more projects in DICES. There's going to be a lot more upgrades required. It's going to be much more complex, and it's going to take a lot more time. That will result in a significant delay in getting the red zone upgrades built. I would note that when the commission denied the Friesian CPCN, it based that decision in part on Duke's pending Q reform proposal, which the commission said would provide a better framework for determining the network upgrades required to support carbon-free generation and to allocate those costs appropriately. That determination has now been made, and there is no reason to defer action any longer. I would respectfully suggest that delaying the construction of these upgrades would be detrimental to ratepayers and will significantly delay achievement of the 951 mandates. My recollection is that you heard uncontroverted evidence in the Friesen case that network upgrade costs can be expected to go up by as much as 15% per year. And that was at a time of much lower inflation than we're seeing today. Every year that we delay building these needed upgrades could increase the costs by tens of millions of dollars. Ironically, the public staff testified in Friesen that ratepayers would benefit from deferring transmission improvements because the cost of capital, commodity prices, and labor rates might go down. That is clearly not what has happened, and there's no reason to think that costs will not continue to increase over time. And also, this is a really important point with respect to practicality. Duke regularly points out that there are limits on the quantity of upgrades it can construct in any given year. The longer the delay in starting to build the upgrades needed to achieve the 951 mandates, the less likely it will be that those mandates can be complied with. You heard a colloquy this morning about the lead times that are discussed on page 24 of the report that are up to as much as 66 months. If the red zone upgrades are constructed for projects in the transitional cluster, the facilities would be able to be in operation and help contribute to meet the 70% carbon reduction goal by 2030. Anything delaying it beyond that is going to raise significant doubts about the ability to meet the goal. Therefore, in the absence of a new and immediate initiative by Duke or at your encouragement to build the red zone upgrades independent of any interconnection requests, which I still think is a good idea, the remaining option is for this commission to take the necessary steps to keep the transitional cluster study moving forward. I think there are two essential actions required. First, as I've suggested, if Juneau were to withdraw from the queue, that almost certainly eliminates any possibility of preserving the red zone portion of the TCS and getting construction of the red zone upgrade started anytime soon. Without the issuance of the conditional CPCN that Juneau has requested, as we discussed at length in the prior evidentiary hearing, Juneau will have no choice but to withdraw, and that will likely mean the end of the transitional cluster study pathway for solving the red zone problem. The second action, which is not before you in this proceeding today, but is highly relevant to this proceeding, is for Duke's 2022 procurement of utility-owned solar assets to be able to include Juneau and other transitional cluster study FERC jurisdictional projects. At the November evidentiary hearing, we expressed interest in the possibility of another offtake pathway, and that would be selling this project to Duke rather than wheeling its output to PJM. Presumably, the public staff and the commission would view that as a preferable outcome for North Carolina ratepayers, contributing to the cost of the upgrades, preferable to the alternative, which would be North Carolina ratepayers contributing to the cost of the upgrades under FERC's crediting policy without receiving any of the carbon-free output of the Juneau facility. But in the absence of an opportunity either to participate in the 2022 procurement or perhaps in a bilateral transaction with Duke, if that were to be allowed, Juneau would have no ability to pursue a sale to Duke rather than look at continuing to pursue options to wheel its output to PJM. In the interest of time, I had a few comments about need. I'm going to defer those. If there are questions, we can address those. But I want to thank you again for the opportunity to appear today. And my colleague, Derek Sackler, and I will be happy to answer any questions.
And Mr. Levitas, just as a reminder, you're still under oath from the previous hearing, but we do need to get Mr. Sackler under oath. You could put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give this morning will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Levitas and Mr. Sackler are available for cross-examination.
Good morning, Mr. Levitas. Brett Braceward on behalf of the Duke companies. I just have a very brief few questions for you. So one of the topics the commission teed up for you to address this morning was the planned offtake for the facility. And reading your pre-filed testimony, it suggested that the applicant's intent was to sell as a merchant facility off system into PJM. That was the prior plan as presented in the initial CPCN. Is that accurate?
That's correct, but my recollection is either in rebuttal testimony or in cross-examination in the November hearing that we did talk at some length about the possibility of sale of the facility to Duke.
Okay.
Because that was after the passage of 951.
And I fully expect the commission's going to have some pointed questions on that, so I won't delve too deeply there. But I do want to focus on page 6 of your statement where you address the potential options of selling to Duke through the 2022 solar procurement that's under discussion with stakeholders. Call that discussion.
Sure. Yes.
So if I understand your suggestion for this second action the commission should consider in the future is to allow projects in the transitional cluster to be able to sell to Duke through that procurement. Is that what you're recommending?
Yes.
Okay. And so the implication of that would be that both projects in the transitional cluster and in the initial DICES cluster would be bidding into that procurement and may be selected or may not, depending on their cost effectiveness and the scoring that they would receive through the procurement.
That's correct.
Okay. And so this was raised in recent stakeholder meetings by yourself and is something that's under consideration by the companies. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding.
Okay.
I will say, if I might, that my comment in the stakeholder meeting was in response to a slide presented by the company in which the initial position was that transitional cluster study projects could not bid into the 22 procurement. And the stated reason for that was that there's a timing problem because in order to proceed for a state jurisdictional project under transitional cluster study to proceed to facility study, it already has to have offtake. And given the 22 procurement timeline that's been presented, that would not be possible to achieve for a state jurisdictional project. And the point I made is that for a FERC jurisdictional project, i.e. one that Duke would own, that same readiness requirement doesn't exist. So I suggested that, yes, maybe state jurisdictional projects in TCS would not work without a probably difficult change in the procedures, but for the FERC jurisdictional ones, there was no impediment that I could see.
And is it your understanding for that meeting that Duke said they would take that back and give it consideration?
That's correct.
Okay. And in terms of the implications of a TCS project bidding in and then losing in the procurement, would you agree that there are risks for the DICES cluster that the baseline is built on the TCS, so it could have implications for needing to restudy the DICES cluster at a later phase?
I think that's right. There are a lot of things that could result in, you're only going to be at phase 1 of DICES at that point when that decision is known. So you have a lot of projects that could fall out for a whole range of reasons. So I think it would be minimally disruptive to DICES.
And would you agree with me, based on the extensive stakeholder discussions we've had over the last few months, there's risk no matter how you slice it in terms of navigating a competitive procurement that aligns with the cluster study process?
Yes.
And so it sounds like, based on your testimony here today, as well as your prior testimony in the prior proceeding, that selling this generation off system is not necessarily the only option, and there's options on the table for the applicant to consider selling this project to Duke through a future competitive procurement or potentially a bilateral sale, if that would be considered.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Morning, Mr. Levitas.
Morning.
Okay, so you covered a lot in your opening statement, so I'll try to break it into pieces. But first, I just want to like to go over just the process of the application of Juno Solar for this CPCN hearing and what it has originally proposed and what it is now proposing, so I can understand. In your original application, or in Juno's original application, it stated that it was asking for a conditional CPCN at $4 per megawatt hour LCOT cap, and that it would be terminated if Duke were to show a study where the LCOT went over $4 and unless Juneau requested further proceedings to consider whether or not the CPCN should be terminated, in which case the CPCN will not be terminated unless so ordered by the commission. That was the original. And then in rebuttal testimony, they took out that language for the commission proceeding. And at the hearing on November 30th, 2021, we heard of we heard that, you know, you could be selling to Duke, even though there was a commercial off-taker as well. And now we are hearing that the LCOT, and I'll go back to the LCOT. The LCOT now is no, you're no longer asking for a conditional CPCN. You're asking the commission to issue the CPCN and have basically the ratepayers pay for up to $4 LCOT, which I believe is about $56 million. That Pine Gate will cover all the other upgrade costs.
Well, it would be the Juneau owner, Birch.
Juneau,
Birch,
yeah.
yeah.
But nonetheless, Juneau and Bert, the owners of
Right.
Juneau would pay for the upgrade cost over $4 per megawatt hour. And as far as, and I'll go back to the sale of the energy and the statement of need and the application, there was plans to have a PPA or a term sheet, and then in the rebuttal, you submitted a non-binding term sheet. And then again, in the hearing in November, we heard of possibly selling it to Duke. And also in the initial application, Juneau's estimates for the interconnection upgrade costs were between $13 and $16.8 million. And in the phase one study report, we've seen there $90 million. And my question is, how is the commission supposed to determine the need of the facility based on the shifting request or the shifting evidence that Juneau has presented in this hearing?
Well, I think there are several ways to look at need. And it's certainly the case that in the past, the commission and in other proceedings, the commission has had a pretty expansive definition of need for merchant facilities. You know, my starting point is there is well-documented extensive need for additional renewable resources in PJM. And our company is approached every day by off-takers who are looking for opportunities to acquire renewables in PJM. What now has happened is, by statute, there is an enormous need for renewable facilities in North Carolina. I think the right number is 10 gigawatts of solar, but Duke's last published number was 4.5 gigawatts. In any case, it's a huge number. There's an enormous need for new solar in North Carolina. So we're trying to be responsive to that need. I will tell you that it's almost certainly the case that a large facility, this largest facility that's in the queue right now, is going to be more cost effective from a LCOE standpoint than smaller facilities. They're just, Mr. Sackler can talk about that, but there's significant economies of scale. So, you know, in the broadest sense, the need is there. Whether if the project doesn't ultimately prevail in a competitive solicitation or find the off-taker, then it won't get built. It's just not going to get built, so no harm done.
But you would agree that it's difficult to determine the benefits to ratepayers for this particular facility, given the fact that Juneau has testified to potentially selling the energy off system or selling the facility to Duke.
I would acknowledge that the benefits to ratepayers are different depending on which offtake pathway is pursued. Part of the point of my statement is the benefits to ratepayers, in my opinion, are substantial of having this project go forward under either scenario. Because if if Juneau falls out, if Juneau doesn't get this CPCN and it falls out, and I can't remember if Duke was asked to file a late exhibit on this, but I think it can be documented that it is going to be very unlikely that the red zone interdependent red zone projects are able to go forward. I think they will largely drop out, and that will be the end of of solving the red zone problem through the transitional cluster study. I've submitted that the consequence to ratepayers of not, and to the public at large, it's not just a ratepayer test, it's public convenience, of not getting these upgrades underway now is enormous. Enormous in terms of cost, enormous in terms of delay, enormous in terms of practical complexity, of not getting a big chunk of upgrades underway now when we know there are going to be more coming and Duke has limited capacity to make these interconnections. So I believe there's significant benefits in either case. They are certainly different depending on which pathway is pursued.
And as you mentioned, getting this project helping get the red zone upgrades cleared, is that the purpose of the transition cluster study?
That's a major purpose of it. And frankly, when the public staff opposed the Frisian CPCN, and we had numerous conversations about, well, what are we going to do about these constraints, this red zone constraint? The answer that I received from the public staff is, let's go get interconnection queue reform done. Let's move to a cluster study. Let's get as many megawatts in the cluster study as we can and spread these costs. And that would be a preferable solution to having one project like Frisian bear all those costs and then have all those be reimbursable. And certainly the portion of, if any of these projects go forward as merchant plants subject to the FERC crediting policy, the total portion of these costs is going to be significantly lower, the reimbursable portion, than it would have been if Frisian had gone forward. So we certainly have accomplished a significant part of what I thought we set out together to do by moving into a new direction. But in my mind, in the best case scenario, we would find a pathway for these projects to come onto the Duke system, in which case the ratepayers would be directly benefiting from the output of the facilities.
Yeah. But you did agree with with Ms. Cummings in the November hearing that I believe you said it's in the transcript volume 2, page 55, lines 13 through 17, that you will certainly agree that the primary purpose of the reason for the queue reform and the transitional cluster was to clear the queue, the backlog, to move to a more workable and viable system for interconnection study. That's the primary purpose of the transition cluster. Correct.
I don't disagree that I said that, and that's certainly a major purpose of the process. But I don't think that's inconsistent with what I said about the additional benefits of getting these urgently needed upgrades built.
And you've stated that you believe if Juneau drops out of the transition cluster study process, it would cause other interdependent projects to drop out. In your words, it would be a failure of the transition cluster, correct?
That's right.
Do you know how many other projects in the transition cluster Pine Gate Renewables owns?
I believe it's 1, 2.
So
I think it's
So
2.
I believe there are about 40 projects in the transition cluster.
Yes, and I think we heard from Duke's witnesses that 27 of those are part of what I'll call the red zone interdependency, if I remember that correctly.
But they have the independent ability to determine whether or not they will proceed in the transition cluster, regardless of what Juneau does.
That's correct. It's their determination. My belief is that, just from the preliminary math that we've been able to do, while the costs will come down somewhat as a result of Juneau exiting, the per unit cost for those other projects will go up. And we historically, my understanding in the industry is that a benchmark price for interconnection viability is on the order of 10 cents a watt. For a variety of reasons, we thought maybe here that could be pushed a little higher. But if you start seeing the costs of those remaining projects, of their share of the upgrades going to 25, 30 cents a watt. Mr. Sackler can speak better than I can, but I don't think any projects get built in the southeastern United States with 25 to 30 cent interconnection costs.
No, I would agree with that. Yeah.
And so it is your belief, and you've testified, that if the transition cluster process does not move forward with Juno, and these projects aren't interconnected, that it will be impossible to meet 951 procurements or the.
Well, I would say two things, just to be clear. I think that from everything that I know, everything I've heard about the upgrades that will be needed to add the volume of solar that will certainly be needed to achieve 951, you can't get there without these upgrades. So that's the first point, is I believe they're needed. And then from a timing standpoint, if they are delayed by not getting done on a fast track through this transitional cluster study process, I think we start to run into serious problem. And so they might still get built, but the delays are going to be such that achieving the 70% decarbonization by 2030, I believe, is going to be close to impossible.
So, yeah, so it's your testimony that if Juno does not proceed in get its CPCN and proceed through the transition cluster study process, that the goals of House Bill 951 will fail.
I would say are in serious jeopardy.
Okay, and the goals of House Bill 951 are to be determined through a carbon plan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That has there has not been a draft of that carbon plan yet.
No, but there's been a lot of discussion in stakeholder meetings. There's all of the information from the integrated resource plan from 2020, and I'll stand by what I said earlier, which is, and I don't think Duke has said anything to contradict this, that the absolute minimum number of volume of solar additions that you're likely to see in the carbon plan is 4.6 gigawatts. And based on the analysis that we've done, as I said, that's dependent on resources that are not likely to be available as this plan is built out on the time frame required. There is a very, very good chance that volume will be twice that amount or more.
So again, it is your testimony today that if Juno is not built, that the carbon plan, which has not even been drafted yet and is much further away from being approved by this commission, will not be achievable.
I said it will be in serious jeopardy, and the way that I reached that conclusion is that if you assume a volume of solar that is needed, and you assume, as has essentially been admitted here today by Duke's witnesses, that these upgrades are very likely needed to support the goals of the carbon plan, and that was effectively what Duke testified to in the Parisian proceeding. If you assume that they're needed, then two things. What happens if Juno goes away? First point is, I think that means that these upgrades will not be done under the transitional cluster study process. I believe it will unravel, and it will not be possible to get $300+ million of upgrades done without Juno in the mix, taking a share of the cost one way or the other. And when that happens, then you're talking about pushing these upgrades out for a year or more. That starts to create a separate set of problems for timely achievement of the 951 goals.
And let's move back to Juno going into phase 2 of the transition cluster study. Is there any amount of money, upgrades, cost that Juno would be unwilling to pay if it were assigned after the system impact study and affected systems costs were allocated?
I'm sure there is. The owners of Juno had just been crunching numbers in response to this report that was just delivered less than 2 days ago to try to understand that. I don't know what those numbers are. There's certainly some point at which Juno becomes economically unviable. I don't know if Mr. Sackler has anything to add.
Yeah, that's exactly how I put it.
Okay, so if Juneau were to proceed into phase 2 of the cluster study with this CPCN as you have now proposed, and then the costs were too high to bear for Juneau and Birch Creek, it would then drop out, face withdrawal penalties, and also potentially so would all of these other projects that you say will drop out if Juneau drops out, and they will also be subject to withdrawal penalties as well.
Yeah, I think the way this will play out is that in the next 30 days, when the decision has to be made to move forward to phase 2, that there will be a lot of number crunching done, and there will also be information about who's going to go forward and who's not, and what likely reallocations might occur. And that will provide a reasonable degree of certainty with respect to whether the costs continue to be ones that Juneau and others can bear. There's a separate issue, which is that having gotten into phase 2, Juneau would still have to secure offtake at some point in order to have a viable project. So that work would continue as well, whether that's pursuing merchant offtake, or I hope the pathway becoming clear for procurement by Duke. There's always a chance that Juneau would not be selected in some kind of procurement by Duke, in which case that it would be out of luck with respect to that pathway. There's no way to know that at this point in time, but my understanding is that the Juneau owners would be prepared to take that risk because they have a fairly high degree of confidence that the project will be cost competitive.
And then I believe my last question is, just so I'm clear on this, at this point in time, Juneau does not know what its intentions are as far as the sale of the energy from the facility?
That's correct. And that's in large part because as of today, and that's the reason why I addressed this in my testimony and raised it with Duke on the stakeholder call on Friday, I guess it was, or maybe Wednesday. There's not a defined pathway for a transitional cluster study project to bid into Duke's utility-owned procurement. If that were established, and I hope the 22 procurement filing is due in less than 2 weeks. If that filing indicates that there is that pathway, I think things will become clearer, and I suspect that it's likely that that Juneau would be able to make a decision that yes, we're gonna do that.
And then I do have one more question. You mentioned that, Duke mentioned there's open transmission capacity in other areas of the state, but you stated that, they're not necessarily ripe for solar development. And I assume that is because developers believe that the land costs are too high.
It's a combination of land cost, population density, environmental conditions. What else, Derek?
It could be topography,
Topography.
land availability, not just cost.
Land proximity, the ability to get large tracts of land that are in close proximity to each other. But I would just say, I mean, to me, the record speaks for itself. There have been dozens and dozens of people for years combing the landscape of North Carolina, trying to find the best sites to do solar. And if the land was there, we would be all over it.
At the right price, of course.
Yeah.
And because the land costs go to the developer, whereas transmission costs for FERC jurisdictional projects go to ratepayers ultimately.
Well, we're now in largely a competitive regime. In a competitive regime, all the costs go to ratepayers. You're buying power.
I don't think that's yet to be determined at this point. I have no other questions at this time.
Okay, thank you. Redirect.
Yes, very briefly, and this is a question for Mr. Sackler. There was a line of questioning about the possibility of offtake to Duke as part of the 2022 competitive procurement. But regardless of that possibility that Mr. Levitas was talking about, can you discuss whether there is solid offtake opportunities in PJM?
Yes, and I know we've we've discussed in testimony the Level 10 report that was put out just regarding the need for renewable energy in PJM. But you know, just speaking from a commercial standpoint, to Mr. Levitas's point, we receive interest every day, nearly in energy output or REC sales to PJM. And I could say specifically for this project, we've received quite a bit of interest and indication that that this type of volume is extremely difficult to attain in PJM, if not non-existent. And I know this commission's familiar with the backlogged queue in PJM and the developmental challenges that market has right now. So to the question of need and there being two potential pathways for this project, I think the need in PJM, even beyond the term sheet that we've submitted confidentially is very clear.
And just to be clear, going beyond the substantial interest that you have received from customers who would like to have renewable energy in PJM, you do have a confidential term sheet that remains in effect. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that has not changed, that you have an executed term sheet, and that is a potential offtake if the opportunity that Mr. Levitas is discussing is not feasible. There is that offtake.
That's right. Yes. But owing to the non-binding nature of the term sheet, the potential sale to Duke pathway is still available if it becomes available logistically.
And you could also at any time proceed with a binding term sheet for this project as well.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions of Mr. Sackler.
Okay, questions from the commission. Commissioner Klopfelter?
Mr. Sackler, let's just nail it down rather than asking the question all around it. Have there been any changes in the status of your non-binding term sheet from November to today?
There have not been any changes in it.
Thank you for the direct answer. I appreciate that. With respect to the inquiries and indications of interest you've had from the unknown number of other potential off-takers in the PJM markets, have any of those progressed as far as a potential non-binding term sheet?
They have not. We've received indication that these, back when we were looking to execute a term sheet in the first place, we received indication from other counterparties that they would be willing to execute a term sheet.
What about any new counterparties since you signed the non-binding term sheet? Anyone else step forward and tendered to you a proposed non-binding term sheet?
They have not. We haven't been marketing it as actively to new parties other than, ones we've already discussed it with.
Thank you. Need to get some more update information while we're talking about what's happened since last November. When we were here in November, there was some testimony in the record, and I apologize to you, but I don't remember it very crisply. I'll have to go back and review it. That there might be some issues about site configuration, especially relating to wetlands, that could or could not affect the ultimate size of the project. Has there been any change in circumstances or in developments or in analysis or investigation or study or determinations relative to that issue?
I'll need to go back and confirm what was available or what was known on wetlands and site characteristics at the time, but I don't believe there have been any major material. Certainly nothing that would indicate that we can't meet the system design as in the application.
Nothing has come to light since last November that would suggest that you cannot build a 275 megawatt facility on the land that you have.
That's correct.
Okay. Anything changed with respect to the status of the land itself? I think you're holding on a leasehold or contract a lease or some arrangement that's going to ultimately lead to a lease if you go forward, right?
So we have received zoning approval for the process or for the project. It's got strong local support, and yes, we're just under site control with one landowner and still in good standing in terms of site control.
Okay, so that I don't have to do this element by element, are there any other updates about the, let's call it the project itself? Not the policy issues or the transmission issues or any of that. Any other updates that you can share with us this morning?
Aside from zoning approval, no, and the obvious interconnection developments, no major material updates from a developmental standpoint from last November.
Okay, let me switch a little bit then to Mr. Levitas. Other than the generalities that you've talked about, have there been any concrete negotiations with Duke about a potential sale of this facility to Duke?
Not to my knowledge.
Nobody sat down in a conference room and sort of talked about potential terms or
With
possible.
respect to this project.
Well, with respect to this, I mean, I would say, you know,
And I guess we might need to confer about whether there's a confidentiality.
Well, I'm not I'm trying to ask the question in a way that doesn't get into confidential information. I certainly would not want to explore the substance of any such discussions. I just want to know, is it anything other than the generic possibility that's been talked about here in this hearing room? Is there anything going on beyond that?
Well, again, there may be the fact of conversations may be confidential, but my answer to you is not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of.
Can Mr. Sackler give a non-confidential answer?
we wouldn't be at liberty to discuss anything, you know, any commercial negotiations, but, you know, I would just say that Juno is clearly, as Mr. Levitas has mentioned, you know, a project of this size, we view it as a great candidate to help Duke meet its renewable targets, just owing to the economies of scale. And
I'll take that. I don't want to mess around with confidentiality this morning, so we're fine. Mr. Levitas, I hear you. I understand your belief about what will happen if Juno does not proceed to phase 2 or proceed beyond phase 2 for that matter. I hear you about your belief. I want some facts. Have you talked to the developers of any of these other projects about their intentions with respect to phase 2?
No, my understanding is that Duke is not allowed to divulge the identities to us.
You may know who some of them are through your own commercial channels and not through Duke. So for those who are known to you through your own commercial channels in the industry, have you talked to any of them about their intentions with respect to phase 2?
I have not. That would not normally be my job. I don't know whether Mr. Sackler or his colleagues have. I think we might have talked to some possibly about some acquisitions.
Yeah, that's correct. We're you know, aware of some of the other projects and their owners. We have not spoken to them about their intention in phase 2. Those discussions might happen, but given the, you know, the recency of the phase 1 results, that hasn't been discussed with any other developers.
So you don't have any information from any of those known to you, developers known to you, as to what their intentions might or might not be with respect to phase 2?
I do not. I would just say two things. One,
Juno does not.
unless Mr. Sackler knows something that I don't know.
I don't.
If I could, Commissioner Kleinfelter, I would just say two things that maybe put a little more color on this. The point that I made is.
I appreciate your point, Mr. Levitas. I don't mean to cut you off. I'm just trying to find the factual basis for the points. Okay?
And I just, if I may, the factual basis is that it is, I think, a widely known and accepted notion in the solar industry that if interconnection costs go above a certain number, that projects are not financially viable.
I accept that answer, and I did take note of that answer. I just wanted to see what else there was out there. Thank you for letting me explore that. Have you talked with Duke, or do you have any sense of what Duke's position is with respect to whether or not Duke can, under the terms of their oath, not comply with the FERC crediting policy to the extent costs exceed LCOT costs for Juno are greater than $4 per megawatt hour?
I've not had any such
Do
conversation.
you know whether Duke can simply refuse to administer its oath in accordance with its terms?
I don't know the answer to that. I haven't talked to Duke about it, but I've never seen a contract where a party may not voluntarily choose to take less money than it would otherwise be entitled to.
Do you have any involvement in the American Beach proceedings?
No.
You might want to read those proceedings. So you have no view on the subject of whether or not Duke could or could not, consistent with its oath, accept the condition that you're tendering today.
I have no informed view on that subject.
That's fine. Thank you. I'm fine. Thank you.
Chair Mitchell.
I'll follow on there, Mr. Levitas. Read the filings made by American Beach and then read the order made by the FERC. Just when you have time. Mr. Sackler, you testified briefly about the transaction into PJM. And I heard you mention sale of RECs, but you also mentioned sale of energy output. How exactly would that happen with an off-taker in PJM that isn't otherwise just simply selling into the PJM market?
Sure, and I'll talk about it on a high level, but happy to go into any detail you're looking for. That would work by virtue of a point-to-point wheeling transaction, which I know we've discussed in previous testimony. That energy would be delivered to what's known as the South Hub of PJM, or the South Interface, and we would from there contract through probably a structure like a virtual PPA to deliver energy, effectively deliver energy to a hub within PJM at which the off-taker would receive the energy. But if there's anything else you're looking for, happy to go
So
into.
who would pay you for that energy?
We would be paid by, in all likelihood, a large commercial off-taker in PJM.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Levitas, a couple questions for you on the 951 compliance. We've talked about this a lot this morning, so I'm not going to spend too long on this, but do I understand your testimony or your position to be that it's not so much the output of this facility that's critical for meeting the 951 obligations, but rather it's the output or the generation that these upgrades would allow to come online?
That's correct.
Okay, so help me understand how that's a different argument than that which was made in the Frisian proceeding by Frisian about the upgrades allowing additional generation to come online.
Well, a couple of things. One of the concerns in the Frisian case was that I believe the commission's words were, and the public staff's were, that things were too speculative. So there was arguably speculative concerns about whether there were projects that would benefit. We now know that there are. There was, I guess you would say, speculation about whether the policy of the state of North Carolina would in fact be to reduce emissions by 70% by 2030. That is now the policy of the state. So those two things have changed at a minimum. And I guess the third thing that has changed is that in balancing, there's a balancing that goes on here. In the Frisian case, there were these other considerations that were advanced. What was on the other side of the scale was an LCOT that was found to be in the $60 plus range, because you had 200 plus $200 plus million of upgrades that were being assigned to a single 70 megawatt facility. And so thus the desire to get into a cluster study where those numbers are now very different. And the LCOT of Juneau is 1/10 of what the Frisian LCOT was.
Okay, but still, I mean, these projects arguably are still speculative. I mean, I understand the changes in law that have occurred since Frisian, but the generation that would follow, that would be enabled, just to use a simple word, by the upgrades here. I mean, what assurance do we have as to their viability? They'd have to compete in some sort of procurement, or how do we know that they're actually going to materialize and produce output that goes to the requirements of 951?
Well, that's a very good question because and it somewhat goes to Commissioner Clodfelter's question to me. We don't know. I was speaking to the potential for projects to drop out based on cost. Leaving that issue aside, there's an unknown as to what the game plan is for these projects. All of the ones in the transitional cluster study, are they going to be 5-year PPA QFs? Might you get a customer program in place in time that they could get offtake through that? I've indicated for the state jurisdictional projects that I think it would be difficult without a significant change in the rules to get them into a 22 procurement, but not for the FERC jurisdictional project. So there's a lot of unknown as to whether there is in fact a viable offtake pathway for these projects and whether they will choose to pursue it. And really my case is that you should keep the door open to that and not slam the door so it can't happen. And if that doesn't materialize, no one's any worse off because probably, none of these projects, including Juno, will happen at least as part of this process. And we're proposing to cap the Juno LCOT anyway. But, if everything fell out besides Juno, then you're right back where you were with Frisian, and it's a slightly bigger project, but you've got one project trying to bear all these upgrades, and we're certainly not going to take, or Juno's owners are not going to take $300+ million of costs. So I think it's a relatively low risk proposition, or is a very low risk proposition for ratepayers in the interest of trying to keep a very important pathway and option alive, rather than, as I believe will be the case, taking action that will basically foreclose it and create all sorts of problems with respect to cost and timing.
Okay, I don't have anything further at this point. Thank you both.
Okay, don't take anything, don't take anything from this question, okay? Don't assume, make any assumptions. I'm just trying to see where Juno might go or could go, depending on different scenarios. So let's say Juno, for one reason or another, decides to drop out of this process. What's the next step for Juno? Is it to go to the DICES process? And so I'll stop there.
Yes, my assumption, again, I can't say for sure, but my assumption, and Mr. Sackler can contradict me, but I think any project that withdraws or falls out of the transitional cluster study has no choice in going forward other than to enter this 2022 DICES or some future DICES cluster.
And so as I've read the evidence that going into the DICES cluster, there would be less economic risk, right? The penalties are lower to move through that process. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And with respect to what the difference might be in this project moving forward through TCS versus DICES is that the project and the build of solar in North Carolina could potentially be delayed by a year. Are there other problems as well?
Well, as I've said, I think delay brings with it significant potential for increased costs
Increased costs.
and risk with 951 compliance.
Okay, thank you for that. And this might be a confidential question. You may not be able to answer it, but with respect to the long lead times for the build out of these network upgrades, would that affect, or what do you see that effect being with potential off-takers for this project?
You mean PJM off-takers?
Or any off-takers?
Well, I can't speak for Duke, but with respect to Duke, I think it is going to be what it is. Duke is going to go into the market and procure 55% of the solar volume that's identified in the carbon plan, and presumably procure that as rapidly as it can and as rapidly as it can internet connect those resources in order to achieve 951. So it kind of is what it is. And I'm just not familiar enough with the PJM market to know what that would mean. Like, you know, are there off-takers in PJM now who are actively contracting for projects coming on in 5 years from now? Speak to Mr. Seth.
I mean, I know I touched on the interconnection delays that PJM's facing that are, say, you know, more substantial than North Carolina, well, than Duke's. So it's, you know, it's very challenging for, you know, for buyers there to get projects coming online, new projects coming online in this time frame, and, you know, further projects are even further delayed right now. But it's, you know, it's frankly, it's a long interconnection process and long, you know, system upgrade process with Duke. But I'd say there's certainly, you know, contracting interest and renewable buyers really getting renewable energy when they can get it.
Okay, thank you for that.
Commissioner Guthrie, if I might have just remembered something as he was talking. PJM is in the process of implementing a new interconnection study set of procedures, not in some ways not unlike Q reform here in North Carolina. And I believe I recall hearing that of the projects that are in the queue today, the most recently submitted ones are not going to get their studies done for another 5 years.
Okay, thank you for that. That makes a lot of sense. So, any more questions? Okay, I'd like to clear up. I have no further questions. We don't have further questions, but before we go on to questions on commission questions, I want to clear up. I had thought about asking for a late filed exhibit from Duke about people dropping out of the TCS process, and I'll withdraw that request at this time. And Chair Mitchell has one last question.
Question. Mr. Levis, what do you know about Duke's participation in this proceeding? Why did it intervene?
I don't know anything about it.
Speculate. Give me a reason. Why is Duke in this proceeding?
Well, my assumption had been as Duke, I'm not sure if Duke was a formal intervener or just a commenter in the Frisian proceeding, but my belief is that Duke cares passionately about seeing these red zone upgrades get built because they recognize that it is essential to the future of this system and specifically to achieving what are now the public policy goals of the state.
Okay. I don't know that I heard passion from Duke's witnesses. I didn't get a clear answer from Duke's witnesses. In fact, I think we heard both of them say they didn't know why the company was here. I was just hoping you might have a little bit more for me than I got from Duke. Thanks.
Okay, questions on commission questions.
Yes, I have a couple, and then Mr. Snowden does as well. My questions are for Mr. Levitas. And the first question is in response to your answers to Chair Mitchell.
Ms. Cameron, let's see if there's questions from the left side of the room.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just have one. Mr. Levitas, you stated that all developers have kind of a break-even point at which they determine that the costs are too high to build the project. It's not profitable. Does Juneau have or does Birch Creek or Pine Gate have a number for Juneau?
We don't, and as we mentioned, you know, this is something the owners of Juneau are working through in real time. Of course, there is an upper limit to when the project would not get built, but I don't have a number to put on it.
I know Mr. Levitas mentioned 300 million.
Well, I can just say I did talk to the representatives of Birch and Juneau yesterday after the report came out, and they authorized us to represent that they would be able to absorb the delta between $4 and $6.70, whatever the number is. So I don't know how high that appetite and ability goes. I suspect not that much higher would be my guess, because that's a big lift already. But and that's really only by virtue of the fact that this is a very large project and therefore has economies of scale and can accommodate a higher allocation of upgrade costs.
And actually, just one more question on the non-binding term sheet. If you can speak to this without divulging confidential information, is there a penalty for leaving that non-binding term sheet?
No, by virtue of it being non-binding, we're able to, we aren't committed, or we're not obligated to move forward with commercial discussions, which, given the development since with House Bill 951 and, the potential of, a sale to Duke, I think was probably the right decision commercially.
Thank you. Further questions?
Okay, we have one more question from Chair Mitchell.
Sorry, they just keep coming to me. Mr. Levitas, you just talked some about the break even and the headroom on this project. What is, this project involves energy storage component. So where do we, what the sort of the commercial, I have questions about the future of the energy storage component of this facility in light of the commercial uncertainty, that we're hearing about here. So what happens to the storage component of this facility?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. That's, it's, as, we've been discussing, the potential or the possibility of a sale to Duke to facilitate 951 compliance is something that, materialized later on, certainly after the initial system designs. It's our belief that this is something that would be appealing to an off-taker like Duke with, with already a substantial amount of solar on the system and more to come. I fully believe battery storage will be in Duke's energy future. So we have no plans to remove the storage if we were to pursue a sale to Duke, but can't say with any certainty at this time.
Okay, just to be clear, what I heard you say is if the project moves forward, it will involve storage.
It's currently designed with storage, and we have no plans to remove the battery storage component at this time.
Chair Mitchell, I do feel the need to mention one thing in response to your question. Excuse me, Mr. Breitschwart can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think, again, these are preliminary ideas that have been floated by Duke in the 22 procurement stakeholder process, and they are understandably seeking to simplify that procurement. It's the first time the procurement's being done under 951. I believe they indicated on the stakeholder call that they did not intend to procure solar plus storage facilities as part of the 22 procurement, at least tentatively. So in order to accommodate this, that might be something that we would need to talk with them about. I think that's probably somewhat more concerning with respect to PPA projects, because you have different production profiles and harder to compare the two. Whereas I can't think of any practical reason for a Duke-owned asset why they wouldn't want to get as much solar plus storage as they can. But I wanted to mention that.
Okay, questions on Chair Mitchell's other question? No. Ms. Kemmerer?
Okay. Thank you. I went a little too quickly before. So I have just a couple of questions for Mr. Levitas, and then I think Mr. Snowden has a couple of questions. So Mr. Levitas, this is in response to an answer that you provided to Chair Mitchell about state jurisdictional projects in the transitional cluster.
Yes.
And also regarding their offtake. Can you provide some information about whether state jurisdictional projects have to demonstrate offtake in order to enter the transitional cluster?
Again, subject to check and correction by Mr. Breitschwart, I believe they have to have offtake to enter the facility study phase after phase 2. Excuse me.
And Mr. Levitas, my next question is in response to a question from Commissioner Clodfelter about Juno Solar's condition that we have committed to after receiving the Phase 1 report, that Juno Solar would be solely responsible for paying for the network upgrade costs in excess of the $4 per megawatt hour LCOT value. And I believe that Mr. Clodfelter was, I think the purpose of his question was about enforceability of that condition, and he asked whether there had been any communications about that with Duke. And I think your answer is that you weren't aware of any communications. But Mr. Levitas, are you aware that there was a call yesterday morning among all of the attorneys for the parties in this proceeding?
I am. I was not a party to that.
That's correct. You were not a party to that meeting, and so therefore you do not have any knowledge about the discussions that the Juno Solar's attorneys had with Duke's attorneys about this condition and its enforceability.
That's correct.
Okay. And so for the commissioners, we'd be willing to offer to file some information about the enforceability of such a condition, if that would be helpful to the commission.
Yes, we think that supplemental briefing on that question would be good for all parties to submit if they so choose.
Okay. And I believe that Mr. Snowden has some follow-up questions.
Mr. Levitas, I have a few questions for you following on to Commissioner Clodfelter's questions about your belief that if Juno were to withdraw, that other projects would be likely to withdraw from transitional cluster. So I'd like to maybe play out the logic here. Would you look at page 31 of the Phase 1 report?
I'm on page 31.
Okay, great. And so you see this is, on this page is described an upgrade number 7.1.8 reconductor Cape Fear West End 230 kV line.
Right.
And do you see Juno as identified on here as one of the projects that bears cost responsibility for this upgrade?
I do.
Okay. And what's Juno's cost allocation percentage-wise for this upgrade?
Is that the cost allocation factor?
Factor, yes, sir.
35%.
Okay, so 35% of the total cost, and that's about $20 million. Is that right?
Right.
Okay, so if out of a total cost of $57 million, right?
Right.
Okay, so if Juno were to withdraw, it's 35% of these costs. How would they be allocated to the other projects that are identified on this table?
Unless Juno's withdrawal causes the required upgrades to be reduced and therefore the total cost to be reduced. But I think a lot of what we heard this morning was that these upgrades were required by the Frisian application, so not suggesting that there were big increases driven by Juno.
Thank you. So assuming that this upgrade would still have to go forward if Juno were withdrawing, my math, I did the math here, and it seems to me that on average, the upgrade cost for all these other projects would go up by about 53% if Juno were to withdraw its 35%. Does that sound right to you?
It does.
Okay. So is it possible? So for example, if you see the project ID 200482, a few up from Juno.
Yes.
So it's got a $10.2 million cost allocation for this upgrade, right? Okay, and so 53% increase from that takes it into the range of $15 million or so?
Right.
Okay. So do you think it's likely that with a 53% increase in costs, some of the projects or the customers on this table would withdraw?
I certainly think that. I haven't done a detailed analysis to support that. The limited analysis that we have done suggests to me that we're already tight in this set of upgrades and that any material increases are likely to put projects over the edge.
Thank you. And if just one additional project on this table were to withdraw, then its cost would have to be allocated among the other remaining projects, right?
That's correct.
So there's sort of a snowball effect?
Right.
Okay. Mr. Levitas, could you look at back to page 5 of the report.
Okay.
Okay, and do you see here that under ID 170274, you understand that's the Juno ID number?
Right.
Right. So you see this describes all of the upgrades that Juno has a cost responsibility for.
Right.
Okay, and it's a pretty long list, isn't it?
It is.
All right, so it appears to me that it's all but 5 of the upgrades that are in this report, Juno's got a cost responsibility for. Right. So this dynamic we talked about would probably play, if Juno were to withdraw, this dynamic we talked about would play out to greater and lesser extent for all of these upgrades, right?
Correct.
Okay, and is that the logic that you sort of follow when drawing your conclusion that if Juno were to withdraw, it would result in more withdrawals?
Yes.
Okay. All right, those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Okay, Chair Mitchell has one more question.
All right, Mr. Levitas, just one more question. You know, I've heard you testify today about the difficulties posed by developing solar elsewhere in the state. You know, the topographical conditions, environmental conditions, access to the grid, availability of land, et cetera. And you know, we've observed that there's less development on the DEC side than the DEP side with respect to the you know, non-utility solar. But you know, I still help me understand why this is the best location on the electric system to put solar. I mean, here it's you've got, you know, you've got very expensive upgrades that have to be constructed on this particular location. And you know, here what we have is, you know, as opposed to that all of the costs associated with those upgrades being the responsibility of the developer, you know, some of them are shifted to the retail customer. And so it kind of becomes a wash. I mean, so it's a little bit more expensive to develop in DEC or in a different county or in a different location of the state. But there maybe you don't have the ratepayer paying for any or as much of cost associated by, you know, impact to the transmission system. So, you know, why you know, how are we to conclude that this is absolutely the only location or the best location to proceed with solar development?
Well, thank you for the question. I'll respond in a couple of ways. The first thing that I would say is that once we get past transitional cluster study, the vast majority of new solar resources coming onto the system are going to be competitively procured. And based on your prior policy and practice, and I would say on sound policy and practice, the cost of those upgrades will be borne by ratepayers, not by individual projects. And that certainly will be true with the 55% of the resources that are owned by Duke. Those are going to be paid for, just like the generation. All the cost of Duke-owned projects will be paid for by ratepayers. So we're moving very quickly towards a regime where ratepayers are going to bear the costs of the upgrades needed to support.
But I'm not going to let you off the hook there. I mean,
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying, and certainly I understand what you're saying, but magnitude of cost.
Well,
This location involves, you know, orders of magnitude greater than elsewhere on the system where there may not be any cost to upgrade.
well, I don't, of course, don't know that we know that, but what I would say is a couple of things. One is, if you look at these transmission costs as a percentage of total costs of adding solar to the grid, even at these numbers, they may seem large in absolute terms, but they're spread over a lot of megawatts. $6 LCOT on top of what could be a $45, $50 LCOE is not that high a percentage. So if you could get the number down from 6 to 3, I don't think you should assume there are no upgrade costs. There are a lot of places where there just aren't lines to do the connections. it's it's the tail of the dog. And so if you increase the generation costs by 10, 15, 20% as a result of site conditions, that could very easily offset what seemed to be somewhat high interconnection costs here. But I guess I would disagree with the premise, and that's why I've said it so many times here, that it is possible to find at 4.5 to 9 gigawatts of solar in the Duke service territory while excluding the red zone at any price. I don't think it's possible to do. We've been trying for a long time. And, you know, if you don't have willing landowners who will sell, if you don't have parcels that work, you just can't do it. This is where the best resources are. And, you know, I think what you've heard and what you pressed Duke on and asked the questions, you've told them to bring this to you in their plan in 2 months. Is there a way to build whatever volume of solar they put in that plan? You've told them to tell you, how are they going to upgrade the grid to accommodate it? And I'd like to see them come forward and show how they're going to do 4.5 to 9 gigawatts of solar in their service territory without building these upgrades. I don't think it's possible. I don't think it's physically possible.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Questions on Chair Mitchell's question? Okay, well, thank you, gentlemen, for testify today. We appreciate it. It's that you can stand down, and we're going to keep pressing forward unless, Linda, does our court reporter need a break? Okay, okay. So, Mr. Josie?
Public staff, call Dustin Metz. Mr. Metz.
Okay, Mr. Metz, just a reminder that you're still under oath from the last hearing.
Yes, ma'am.
Just for a refresher, can you please state your name and position and business address for the record?
My name is Dustin Metz. I'm an engineer with the public staff. My business address is 430 North Salisbury Street, Raleigh, North Carolina.
Thank you. Have you reviewed the TCS Phase 1 study report published by Duke?
Yes, I have.
Has the public staff's recommendation on this EMP application changed once this report was filed?
No, our recommendation is still the same.
And what is the reason for the recommendation staying the same?
The reason may be a little bit of a long-winded answer, but some of this answer is going to discuss some of the commission's questions that they're asking today. So there's a lot of information taken in the report. The results of this report affirm the need for further studies, the further removal of speculative projects, and more accurate and refined cost estimates. I just want to touch some of the high-level topics of the report, and I'll come full circle on this. For the purpose of this conversation, I want to primarily focus on the DEP report, but I can answer any commission questions the DEC report is needed. Before going into report, I think it's important to clarify the intent of the transition cluster. The transition cluster was the first step in moving from a legacy serial study process to a cluster study. The cluster study stakeholder groups were established years before the passage of HB 951. The transition cluster was meant to do exactly what it says in the name, transition. The transition would aim in removing the logjam of serial queue and speculative projects. Transition cluster was to enable non-speculative projects to move forward in the process with stakeholder consensus on the milestones and study provisions, including the milestone payments. While a cluster study process should enable efficiencies on the system, enabling efficiencies is not the same as solving for system transmission constraints. And as I testified in Friesian, system constraints are not failures of the electrical system. There appears to be conflating concepts and misunderstanding of the primary goal of the transition cluster. As a statement that was made earlier, I'm not aware that a public staff ever made a statement that the transition cluster was a solution to solve the red zone. So the public staff has performed some of the preliminary analysis on the overall report. I have a handout. I don't know, it might be a good time to go ahead and hand that out. And while this is being handed out, this is preliminary analysis. There's still information that needs to be validated. When you see the spreadsheet snippet that I made, there might be 1 or 2 X's missing from all this, and I'll try to explain that. So a brief orientation of the handout.
One second.
Oh, apologies.
One second. Presiding Chair, definitely I'd like to introduce this exhibit as public staff, Met's Exhibit 1.
Okay, we'll identify this exhibit as Public Staff Met's Direct Exhibit 1. Would you like to move it into evidence
Yes.
as well at this time? Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, that's so allowed.
Mr. Metz, can you explain what we have moved into evidence as public staff, Met's Exhibit, Direct Exhibit 1?
Yes. So looking at this exhibit, I tried to truncate all the information in the different tables that were in the Duke study. You can see over on the left-hand side, you have your project ID, you have the megawatt summer nameplate rating, you have the megawatt winter nameplate rating, you have the generation type, you can see whether it's connected to distribution or transmission, and then you can see which state it's located in. I further added a column to identify the affected systems and which affected systems each project had triggered. Moving further to the right, you can start to look at the top header where it says 7.1.1. As we heard from our Duke witnesses today, there's 24 tables that list each individual project upgrades. So I went through as I tried to identify each project and each upgrade that had occurred. And I believe I heard earlier today, and this is where I noted that there could be a potential discrepancy, was moving over to column 7.1.4 and 7.115. I believe I heard 27 earlier today, and I have listed 25. Still a lot of information to go through. That number may be off a little bit, but it doesn't distract from what's being illustrated here. So 44 projects entered into DEP's transition cluster study, approximately 2,094 megawatts summer nameplate rating, and approximately 211 megawatts winter nameplate rating. The nameplate rating is not equivalent to contribution to peak. The contribution to peak is typically much less than nameplate. Typically for summer, it's around 40 to 60% of the nameplate rating, and for winter, with 1 to 5%, with the caveat of batteries would be different. I don't know how they're being dispatched into the system, whether they're trying to solve for volatility, as we discussed before the commission, or whether or not being used for true winter peak resources. So there's nothing wrong with what's presented here. It's just an observation. 26 of those projects are seeking interconnection to transmission. 17 of those projects are going to be located in North Carolina. Out of those 17, 13 are standalone solar. One of them is solar plus storage, and it's Juneau. There is an observation, though. It's uncertain how Juneau would deploy the battery storage. The production profile submitted during discovery did not support the utilization of battery storage. Looking at the annual capacity factors, we're typically aligned with a traditional solar generation facility. So when we have conversations about the LCOT numbers that we discussed extensively in my testimony were based upon the appearance of what appears to be a solar facility only. If the facility is using the batteries for smoothing, that could support that there are batteries. But if the facility is using the batteries for energy arbitrage, it could actually increase the megawatt hour production and have a small decrease in the overall LCOT. General observation, I don't think it's significant given the 275 megawatt ratio to the battery storage, but general observation. The total network upgrades for these 44 projects are $416 million. I have not been able to determine at this time what the percentage is federal jurisdiction or state jurisdictional. I believe Chair Mitchell or one of the commissioners asked the question earlier what the levelized cost of transmission would be for this potential view. Not knowing how the batteries are dispatched and making general assumptions that all the solar facilities are the same. I'm putting a lot of caveats here, so my numbers came up to approximately $4.23 dollars per megawatt hour. If you look at holistically of the entire 44 projects and everything moved forward, that would be the levelized cost of transmission with the exceptions that I've noted. Switching back to Juneau, Juneau's upgrades are 89.6 million, noting that, again, this is a preliminary estimate. 89.6 million equates to the same analysis that I provided in my testimony, so this is apples to apples, $6.93. I believe Mr. Levitas said approximately, I'm not trying to call him out on that, said 680. That is close enough for illustrative purposes of what we're talking about here. Using the sensitivities that I completed in my testimony, and I do apologize for going somewhat fast, and I can slow down if the commission wants me to slow down. In METS figure 1 in my testimony, we ran a suite of sensitivities to look at different costs, different assumptions, reduction and nameplate 25% cost and increases. There's no need to go back in that table, but just using those same sensitivities and using the upgraded transmission costs, the LCOT came from a range from $6.93 to $8.67. That is not an extreme example of the class 5 estimate that would say plus 100%. So that is not a high-end number. Those were just reasonable bounds. I believe the $8.67 was a slight reduction in nameplate capacity of the facility, which is reasonable, given the size and the scale of the facility, and a 25% cost increase for transmission upgrades. Jumping to the rate impacts found table 2 of my testimony, $89.6 million in upgrade cost, just for the single project, not the cluster, because I can't, within the cluster you have state and federal jurisdictional projects, so I can't determine what the rate impact would. But again, just for Juneau, the result would be a 0.15% impact to the NC retail and a 3.95% increase into wholesale.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you said you were referring to something called Table 2. If you meant that to be part of the handout, I don't seem to have it.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Clodfelter. The Table 2 that I was referencing was Table 2 in my testimony.
Thank you, sir.
So the intent was to try to orient. Again, the rate impact is noteworthy as there are other projects in the cluster study that are not state jurisdictional. Another interesting observation was the magnitude of the affected systems. Half of the projects in DEP's cluster triggered affected system impacts on neighboring utilities. Multiple projects triggered affected systems on more than just one adjacent utility. In some cases, there were 3 adjacent utilities triggering affected system upgrades. As we discussed during the evidentiary hearing, affected system studies have their own timeline and are not bound by the same timeline of the cluster study and the milestones. Juneau has an affected system with DEC, as was stated earlier today, and was identified as a possibility in my testimony. Juneau will also have to weigh the risks of other projects that have affected systems and dropping out. And we also do not know if those other projects who have affected systems will be willing to enter the same conditions of which Juneau is proposing and not seek rate recovery from those projects. Touch briefly on the DEC report and same type of evaluation looking at the levelized cost of transmission. I will caveat that this initial analysis does not factor in the reality that certain projects in DEC move to the resource solicitation cluster. So I think this would be a worthwhile analysis once we get the results of the resource solicitation cluster tranche 3 coupled with the results coming out of the transition cluster study. Removing the gas plants.
Mr. Metz, may I stop you there? When are those expected? Do you have dates on those?
I cannot recall off the top of my head when those are coming in.
That's okay. I just wondered if you knew off the top of your head. Please continue.
Removing the gas plants from the total cost of transmission upgrades. $52 million for approximately 525 megawatts of solar plus storage, and standalone storage. So trying to get it on equal footing as I could to DEP results. Using the same assumptions and caveats as stated previously on the DEP LCOT, I don't know how batteries are being dispatched. DEC LOT for non-gas plants was $2.10 per megawatt hour, comparative to the $4.23 for the DEP cluster. So trying to answer the question, there are a lot of items to observe here, and some of them are right now non-intuitive to previous conversations. For example, that we've heard that the costs are higher to interconnect into Duke Energy Carolinas for a magnitude of reasons comparative to Duke Energy Progress. On face value, we're being told a different story by the numbers. So when we look at long-term planning of the system that's coming out of this that will be coming out of this carbon plan and be approved by this commission by the carbon plan and has more work to be done by stakeholders, there's a lot of elements to consider here. I mean, another element to consider is, I mean, we heard earlier today, and I'm not disputing this, but Mr. Levitas stated 4.6 megawatts of solar could be interpreted as a floor, in my words, for the Duke. Well, the issue that we start conflating here, it's DEC plus DEP. We haven't talked about the needs for Duke Energy Progress when we start throwing out potential these large numbers of solar generation that we need to interconnect. Will it be likely that solar will be needed? Yes. But is the statement of 4.6 megawatts or some larger number? It may be an overstatement of what Duke Energy Progress system needs. This is a long path to evaluate the existing systems. As the commission was aware of, and it's been a few years, but the least reliability operating limit has been brought up and the need to potentially cycle the nuclear power plants. If you go on to Duke's website that has the calculator that you can go in and insert solar storage. And if you just insert these magnitudes into Duke Energy Progress's system, the results speak for themselves.
Mr. Metz, just to get back to kind of where we started, I appreciate that statement. But as far as the benefits of this facility, this particular facility, to ratepayers of North Carolina, is it still your testimony that they're too uncertain at this point to recommend approval of the facility?
So the benefits have not been quantified, but yes, there is cost uncertainty of the actual transmission upgrades. It's the unknown element of where the energy output of the facility will go, which the applicant has entered into the optionality, which I discussed previously, creates challenges that we can't look at how the applicant wants to do this and look at potential system benefits. And another issue that was brought up in looking at the evaluation of this and the system benefits, this comes back to some of the conversations that we had in Frisian. In Frisian, there were some conversation of an element why the costs continued to increase was due to timing. If we wanted that project to come online, and I say we, the applicant wanted that project to come online by a certain date, there had to be a price premium to meet those dates. Then as we heard earlier conversations today, that I believe there was dates being kicked around of 2028 or 2029, given the 66-month window that's identified on some of these upgrades. All right, so when we look at a snapshot in time, we look at the levelized cost of transmission. Well, what happens if we want to accelerate these project costs? What's the increase? Do we want to increase it by 25%? We want to increase it by 40%? We want to increase it by 50%? I don't know. But if I had to pick a snapshot today and look at those costs are uncertain. And that's why our position, we still believe our position is valid.
And that is, to your understanding, why the public staff initiated a rulemaking proceeding to change the requirements of and the procedure for CPCN applications in R8 63 and 64 for this commission.
That is correct.
Commissioner Clodfelter had asked the Duke witnesses, if you recall, about the projects in the transitional cluster that are in South Carolina, Duke projects.
Yes.
Do you know if those projects have received or even applied for a CPCN in South Carolina?
I reached out to South Carolina ORS approximately 2 weeks ago, give or take, and there are no projects before them seeking a CPCN application, utility or non-utility owned.
And I believe this is my last question. As far as non-ready projects in the TCS that can't or don't wish to submit the financial requirement to enter into either the TCS or phase 2, would you consider those speculative projects?
Yes, in my opinion, those would be speculative projects.
That was the point of the TCS, was to weed out the speculative projects from the queue.
Yes, as I stated earlier, the intent was to remove the speculative projects.
Mr. Metz is available for cross-examination.
Does Duke have any questions?
No question.
Juno?
Thank you, Commissioner Duffley. Good afternoon, Mr. Metz. I'd like to start by following up on a few of the things you've said in the last few minutes. The first relates to affected system upgrades. You said that half of the projects in the phase 1 report triggered affected system upgrades. Is that what you said?
That is correct, and I think I see where you're going. 1 second. Approximately half when looking at the transmission projects.
Okay, understood. And that's you're referring to the list starting on page 53 of the report?
Correct.
But it's not actually the case, or rather, it has not been determined that any of the projects identified on here would actually trigger upgrades on any of these affected systems, has it?
That is correct. I don't believe I said upgrades. I said if I did, I apologize. I meant to say they triggered an affected system.
Okay, so these systems have been identified as potential affected systems based on the results of the TCS, correct?
That is correct. And I believe the Duke witnesses clarified what all entails in that process.
Okay, thank you. So it's up to the affected system itself to determine whether there's actually an upgrade required.
That is correct, or potential mitigation measures.
All right. And of the affected systems, I see AEP, Dominion South Carolina, Santee Cooper, Dominion Virginia Power, TVA. Those are all outside of the state of North Carolina, correct?
Can you? Well, I mean, AEP had none, but I mean, yes, your comment's valid.
Okay. Okay. So if TCS participants were to construct affected system upgrades on these systems and get reimbursement, that would have no impact on North Carolina ratepayers, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Another issue you...
Well, if I may, apologies. I was just
Sure.
thinking of further, if we start wheeling energy from other places, it could have an impact to the wholesale weight wheeling charges. So,
Okay, thank you. You mentioned also, I think there was some testimony about how the procurement under what the procurement required for 951 might be allocated between DEP and DEC. Is that right?
can you restate that one more time?
Sure. You testified a bit about Mr. Levitis's statement that at a minimum, 4.5 gigawatts of solar would need to be procured to meet 951 requirements, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you took issue with that because it was your view that that would be across both DEP and DEC territories and not specific to DEP, right?
That is correct.
Okay. But you're aware, aren't you, that Duke has announced its intention to combine its balancing authority areas to request that from this authorization from this commission and other agencies?
Yes, I'd like to add on a little bit on that if I may. So yes, Duke has proposed that, and I forget the acronym, CCOM potentially is the acronym. But yes, Duke is looking at, I don't mean to put words in Duke's mouth behind this, is my understanding that if we merge the balancing areas, they could commit their resources and we could dispatch the systems more efficiently and beyond the current joint dispatch agreement. However, it's my understanding that that process will also have to be approved before this commission, South Carolina Commission, and the FERC. And also do not know or can't or can speculate that potentially the FERC would say, that's a little bit too close to an RTO. We want you to do something else. I don't know. The other issue that the initial observation is that's fine that we've merged the balancing areas, but we have not merged rates. We have not merged rate base. So fine, the joint Duke Energy system, Duke Energy Carolinas and Duke Energy Progress says we need, pick whatever amount of generation resource you want. And let's just call it solar in the first example. That Duke Energy Carolinas by 2030, 2035, whatever date you want to pick, we need 5,000 megawatts. Let's go place it all in Duke Energy Progress through a resource solicitation process. But what happens if no one just bid in DEC and all the projects just happen to bid in DEP? A reality? Probably not, but it is a possibility. DEP ratepayers under this CCOM proposal, this joint BA, will be picking up the entire transmission cost unless we fix the transmission cost allocation. That will be DEP's rate base, not Duke Energy Carolinas. Taking this further, if we wanted to look at offshore wind under the CCOM type proposal, same analogy applies. It would be Duke Energy Progress's rate base transmission costs with energy delivered to Duke Energy Progress and some element being dispatched to Duke Energy Carolinas. There is a lot of information we need to unpack and have discussions openly with stakeholders and Duke Energy before we reach consensus of what this even entails.
Thank you, Mr. Metz. Mr. Metz, you also testified, if I understood correctly, that you thought that it was problematic, or rather, one of the bases you articulated for opposing Juneau's CPCN was the optionality it has described about its offtake. Is that right?
It has created a challenge to evaluate it, yes.
Okay, so you think it's a bad thing that Juneau has two potential avenues of offtake?
No, I don't think it's a bad thing. It's just put me in a predicament that I can't make an evaluation when I have two off-ramps.
Does it make it more challenging to evaluate it, or does it make it impossible to evaluate it?
Thinking on this for a second. Apologies for the pause. If we're moving down the path of looking at conditional CPCNs, as Juneau has proposed, we would have to look at, as I'm thinking through this, we would have to look at multiple iterations of conditions to say, well, under this condition, let's just say you wanted to sell the PJM, X, Y, and Z apply. Well, if I go to this other condition, it changes the, not the risk versus the reward, but sort of the system benefits or the commensurate value to ratepayers for the actual transmission costs is looked at differently. So now it's X, Y, and A, B, and any other letter that I can come up with. So yes, and I believe I stated that during the evidentiary hearing that implementing conditions start to create challenges in trying to look at these evaluations as well.
But Mr. Metz, Juneau has not requested different conditions in its CPCN depending on what its ultimate offtake is, has it?
That is correct. The current process is that they were looking at an off sale to PJM.
Okay. And the CPCN itself doesn't actually say anything about, what the offtake of the project is, does it?
No, it does, but I believe the conversations were at that time is how can we evaluate the system benefits to ensure that that either option is valid. Then Juneau introduced the second option.
Okay. So it's the public staff's position that it continues to oppose Juneau CPCN, correct?
I can restate what's in my testimony verbatim, but that's what we.
Yes, would be fine if that's. I just want to.
I was to say opposed seems strong. I can understand why you say opposed, but what we said in the testimony is what we say now.
Okay. And what you said a few minutes ago was that one of your other reasons for continuing to recommend that the CPCN be denied is that there is still uncertainty about the costs of the Juneau upgrades. Is that right?
That's correct.
And are you aware, Mr. Metz, that Juneau has now, in remarks by Mr. Levitas, stated that it would request a condition under which it would not seek reimbursement for any upgrade costs that exceed a $4 LCOT?
That is correct. Also heard Mr. Levitas say that for a viability screening tool that you technically use 10 cents a watt, which would equate to 27.5 million. My rough math was 56 million plus 27.5 million is much less than the 89 million. So I don't understand the viability screening tool. If I take that at face value that it is a viability screening tool and you're going to socialize the cost above that, the project's no longer viable, then I take that further. If there's Duke Energy Carolina project costs, or correction, if there's Duke Energy Carolina's affected system costs that they're willing to socialize, that'll be an addition and further make the project unviable and potentially pointing to a speculative project, which was not the purpose of the transition cluster study.
But you heard Mr. Levitas request that condition, didn't you?
Correct.
Thank you. So if the commission were to grant a CPCN with that condition, and Juneau were to be responsible financially for all upgrades that exceeded a $4 LCOT, wouldn't that protect ratepayers from any future increases in upgrade costs for Juneau?
So I want to take that a little bit further. I want to answer your immediate question and say no, but there's two elements I want to add into that. I would think the
I would-
commission
if
would
you-
like to also evaluate the potential harm that it may cause onto other participants that don't have such luxuries at their disposal and how they're making decisions on the phase one payment, milestone payment one, milestone payment two. And if Juneau wants to withdraw later after they found out the costs are too high, when we get to the facility study and we get the class 3 estimate, what does that do to all the other projects? Are they now financially harmed? Then taking this a step further, the second point was looking at as we move through this carbon plan, HB 951, the potential carbon plan looks at least cost. Least cost plan could be evaluating both the generation asset build out and, in my mind, the transmission system build out. That's part of a plan. You can't have one without the other. So when we look at the amount of solar that, or any generation resource, correction, I don't mean to target solar. If we look at any generation resource that would have to come out of this carbon plan, fine, we snap the chalk line today. Here are the upgrade costs for Juneau. Here are the upgrade costs for transition cluster 1 at approximately $400 million. What if we have to build another 1,000 megawatts or whatever resource in the zone? What happens if we have to build another 4,000 megawatts? Again, I mean, we heard earlier today, this is the only area that we can build solar. We heard earlier today that 4.6 gigawatts, in my interpretation of the statement, was the floor. And if that can only be built in here, and we always solved for 2,000 megawatts in Duke Energy Progress's system, we're going to need more transmission. So if we agree to build these transmission costs today, what are the next increments of transmission costs? Should we done a different plan, a better plan, more efficient plan, a less wasteful spending plan? So I guess that's where I take a little bit of issue to say, would ratepayers be harmed? And the immediate answer, no. But we're moving forward. We need to look beyond this immediate point.
But those concerns that you articulate don't have anything to do with a possible increase in costs in Juneau's upgrades, correct?
In Juneau's upgrades, correct.
So even with the condition that, well, let me ask you another question. So just to be clear, if the commission were to grant Juneau CPCN with that condition requested by Mr. Levitas, it would be Juneau who would bear the risk of any increase in Juneau's upgrade costs, correct?
So I think I tried to state it before, and I might be looking at it from a slightly different lens. All participants in the transition cluster study are at risk.
Well, I would appreciate if you would try to look at it through the lens that I'm asking, and tell me whether you think, well, whether you agree that Juneau agrees to bear the risk of any increase in upgrade costs on for its own upgrades.
Through your lens as you're describing it, yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to talk a little bit about your prior testimony regarding the reasons for opposing the CPCN. We've talked about the tendency of transmission costs to increase over time. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And you recall that Ms. Miller, Pine Gate's witness, testified that in general there's upward pressure on transmission costs. Do you recall that?
creates labor inflationary triggers. Yes, I remember that.
Okay, and you'd agree that we've seen significant increases in transmission costs over the last few years, wouldn't you?
I have not done an analysis to isolate the inflation variable versus the increase in transmission costs for either load or generation causation.
Would you agree that there have been increases in transmission costs recently?
That's why I don't understand the question. If you talk about increases, well, if I spend $1 today and I spend $10 tomorrow, then yes, that's an increase. But are you trying to isolate inflation? Or are you just trying to? I don't understand the question.
Cost estimates for transmission upgrades have gone up over recent years, haven't they? Just in absolute dollar figures, leaving
Yes.
aside the costs, or the causes, rather. Thank you. So, and you recall the LBNL study that has provided the benchmark LCOT figures that the public staff and the commission has relied on in the past?
That's correct.
Okay, and that study was conducted in 2019, right?
Subject to check.
Okay, and it looked at interconnection costs, presumably some of which predated 2019, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So would you expect that if the LBNL study were conducted this year, the benchmark LCOT figures would probably be higher?
Well, so let's unwind the LBNL study for a second. Is this a snapshot in time of particular project in certain areas? And I don't know what all those potential variables would include or exclude. So, for example, again, a hypothetical, if we wanted to take a snapshot of PJM and PJM paused all interconnections for 3 years and I did an evaluation over 4 years. Well, it's the possibility that you would have downward pressure on the overall LCOT calculation because no project's interconnected. So it's a lot of variables just in that overall calculation.
All right, thank you. So, Mr. Metz, one of the objections that you stated to the Juneau CPCN in your prior testimony was that in order to review the CPCN, you would need to know not just the cost of the upgrades that Juneau would require, but the nature of those upgrades. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, would you agree that the phase one study provides a list of the upgrades that would be required to interconnect Juneau?
Not the sufficient detail that I am looking for, and we look forward to working with Duke to try to clarify the nature of some of these upgrades.
Okay, so you need to know more about those upgrades before, or rather, you believe that the commission needs to know more about those upgrades in order to grant Juneau CPCN?
For me to evaluate both the nature of the upgrade and the associated costs, I need more information on those overall upgrades.
Thank you. You also testified that you would need to know the total upgrade cost for projects in the transitional cluster before you could recommend that the Juneau CPCN be approved. Is that right?
Be one portion of the evaluation that goes into it, yes.
Okay, and we do now know, based on the phase one report, at least a likely upper bound on the cost of upgrades for the TCS, don't we?
Can you define upper bound?
A likely maximum number in dollars for the TCS upgrades.
So if we're calling this a class 5 estimate and it's subject to 100% increase and the current LCOT was $6.93. So is the upper bound almost $13? Then yes, I guess we know the upper bound.
Okay. Now, you think that the commission should look at the total costs of all the upgrades in the TCS, is that right?
I believe the commission should look at both the upgrades in general and as well as the total cost, because what we heard example today was the Duke witness is talking about, some upgrades are already taking place. So it's important to understand of how the current system is being designed for, and looking at the generation causation and the incremental amount of upgrades that need to incur and the associated costs while we're maintaining system reliability.
Do you think that the commission should also look at the potential benefits of the upgrades in the TCS?
Correct.
And would you agree that one of those benefits is potentially facilitating compliance with the carbon reduction mandates of HB 951?
It could be a bit, it should be an element to look at, but as I'm noting all the other topics that I've discussed, other elements should also be considered. And it's my opinion that based upon all those other factors that I've discussed, that one benefit doesn't outweigh the other factors.
But it is a benefit that should be considered, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you think that the condition proposed by Juno by Mr. Levitas today is a reasonable condition?
You can define reasonable condition or reasonable.
That's a good question.
I'm going to go ahead and object to this question, as I think what Mr. Snowden's getting to is a legal conclusion based off of a order that FERC has entered on the American Beach.
Oh, I'll represent it has absolutely
Okay.
zero to do with American Beach. It has nothing to do with that. I'm just trying to understand, Mr. Metz. I'm just trying to understand your view of that condition and whether you think that makes this an approvable CPCN.
Okay, so what the public staff is also trying to evaluate is not just the Juno CPCN. We're also trying to look at the entire transition cluster study. We're also trying to take into consideration all the other elements that we've already talked about today in the open term of reasonableness for all those different steps, for all those different parties. So while the condition for I think the terminology is often used as a circuit breaker or off ramp or ceiling, then yes, that is a level of reasonableness. But however, there's a level of unreasonableness placed onto other elements, and it seems to shift the risk from one area to others.
Okay. When you say risk, you're talking about the risk of increased upgrade costs?
I mean, not just the upgrades, but the upgrade costs, the system reliability, long-term planning of the electrical system, generation, transmission.
Wouldn't you agree that with regard to issues of reliability, that it's Duke's province in conducting the cluster study to review those issues and ensure that reliability is preserved?
Yes.
So do you have any reason to disagree with Mr. Levitas's position that if Juno were to withdraw from the transitional cluster study, that the red zone upgrades would effectively collapse?
Through the lens of the transition cluster study was for non-speculative projects to move forward. If the project cost in any project that decides to withdraw, that's a business risk that the individual entity that needs to make, understanding the cost provisions that we had agreed to through the stakeholder process to try to balance those risks.
I'm not asking about whether it's fair or whether it's right. or anything like that. What I'm asking about is whether you have any reason to disagree that the practical implication of Juneau withdrawing from the transitional cluster study or the transitional cluster process would be that those red zone upgrades would collapse and not get built.
I can't speculate if Juneau withdraws on what the potential impacts or what other projects may or may not make.
Okay, but you have no reason to disagree with that.
I have no reason to agree or disagree.
Okay. Um, So in your prior testimony, you declined to say whether you thought that a $4 LCOT would be reasonable. Is that right?
That's correct, because you just can't base it upon a single element. LCOT is never a pass or fail criteria.
Okay, understood. But you have testified that a $4 LCOT is not unreasonably out of line with the benchmark LCOTs that you've previously relied on?
I would request that to review the testimony and taken in context of that statement. And I'm paraphrasing on face value, a $4 LCOT in itself is not unreasonable. But however, you need to factor in all these other elements. Because, for example, if I have, this is a bad analogy, but apologies, but if I have a 1 megawatt project with $1,000 LCOT, but the upgrades are only $100,000. It fails the LCOT test, but it's still reasonable for that project to move forward because the magnitude element is fine. But on the other token is, say if I wanted to build, so for example, looking at the gas plant that's in the Duke Energy Carolina system, finding my notes, it triggered approximately $189 million in cost, but its LCOT was only $1.
Well, Mr. Metz, let me ask it this way. In the context of the Juneau Solar Project, considering all of the information about the transitional cluster study that is in the Phase 1 report, is it your opinion that a $4 LCOT for the Juneau upgrades is reasonable?
So
I believe Mr. Metz has answered this in his previous testimony at the hearing in November and in his.
Well,
pre-file.
at the,
And Mr. Snowden, I believe it has been asked and answered. I think we've gone around this and he's tried the best he can. Mr. Metz, if you feel like you have anything else to add to this question.
I did not. I was just going back to my original testimony and I have
if-
nothing else to add.
If I may, Commissioner Duffley, at the previous hearing, Mr. Metz said he could not opine as to whether a $4 LCOT was reasonable because he didn't have enough information. And now he's got more information. So if I don't believe I've asked that question in this context yet,
Okay,
but if
you
you
want
think
to
I
ask
have,
that exact question, Ms.
Yes.
Metz, can you answer that question?
Yes, so going back to my testimony, allow the applicant to refile once it has more cost certain, it has more certain cost information. We specifically request that the applicant refile the application no earlier than after a completed facility study from the TCS process and a completed affected system study if applicable. Once I have two elements, I can evaluate the reasonableness of the overall project.
okay, so you still, today, you still cannot render an opinion as to whether a $4 LCOT in the context of Juneau Solar Project in the TCS is reasonable.
We had the evidentiary hearing to explain why the public staff made its recommendations in that testimony.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Metz.
Mr. Metz, Mr. Snowden discuss Juno's, excuse me. First of all, the allocation of megawatts between DEC and DEP that you discussed earlier in a response to a question by Mr. Snowden, that'll be determined by the carbon plan, correct?
That'll be correct.
And as far as Duke's intentions to merge BAs, is it your understanding that Duke also stated its intention to merge BAs and subsidiaries when Progress and Duke initially merged?
That is my general understanding, yes.
And to your knowledge, has Duke filed anything at this commission or any other commission?
No, the public staff is waiting for that filing.
Okay, I just want to tell the court reporter, I think we're almost done. So do you need a break or you good? Okay. Now we're going to commission questions. Commissioner Klopfelter.
Mr. Metz, I'm going to ask you an unfair question, but I think you can handle it. It's unfair because it's probably a question I should have asked to Mr. Quaintance and Mr. Finucane, but I didn't think of it until they were off the stand. So I'll try it with you. So if I wanted to do a little hypothetical exercise, suppose the exercise I wanted to do was to see what would happen to the transition cluster study report if I simply took Juno Solar out of it. So they weren't in it. I could not, tell me if I'm right in this, I could not simply go in and take the dollars allocated to Juno and use the cost allocation factors from the study and simply reassign those using those cost allocation factors, could I?
You cannot.
Because I would have to know how Juno's absence would have changed the thermal loading studies on each of those line segments, whether the upgrades would have been needed at all, how they would have changed, what kind of upgrade they would have been, and how the cost would have changed. Would it not be correct?
That is correct. I tried to cover some of this when we had our hearing a while back, was
Right.
the natural push-pull of the relationship.
Yeah.
You just can't remove one variable and expect it to all be the same. And I'll go on further. And I know Duke's not coming back up here. I don't know if, no, sorry.
You don't need to go further, Mr. Metz. You've helped me all I need, because what I really needed the help on was to decide whether I was going to ask Duke to do a follow-up late file exhibit, and I just don't think it's an exercise that could be done. So thank you. You've also helped Duke, by the way, so I won't be asking for the exhibit.
I have more questions.
Nothing else.
Mr. Matz, just one or two for you on the, do you have any, do you have any knowledge whatsoever or any sort of informed opinion about potential affected system impacts associated with this project?
An informed opinion, no. The only observation that I made was in the Duke Energy Carolinas cluster study. There was an affected system from Duke Energy Carolinas over to Duke Energy Progress. And just working with the Duke team over the years and reviewing potential transmission upgrades and transmission projects and where this particular project was coming into it, was the intuition that it's likely that an affected system would have been triggered, but not knowing the megawatts, I can't speculate to that degree.
Okay, and
yeah.
that's fair. That's all I can ask you for. We've heard a lot of testimony today about solar development in the state, various locations in the state. Do you, based on, your knowledge and understanding and your experience as part of the public staff, do you think that there are opportunities still in North Carolina for cost-effective solar development outside of this red zone?
The immediate answer is yes, and I'll
And
try
let
to.
me be clear with my question, just development that is not going to cost more on the generation side than whatever savings you may achieve on the transmission upgrade side. Does that make sense?
Yes, and a couple components maybe to add insight to where I'm coming from in that answer was in the avoided cost proceedings. We also look at backflow of distribution and transmission. And I know we're in a little bit of a different paradigm. We're trying to solve for transmission. Going off memory, numbers are close. Don't quote me on these exact numbers. Is that Duke Energy Progress System had approximately 30% of either distribution connected to distribution solar connected to distribution and transmission substations, or was a 30% backfeed. And Duke Energy Carolinas had a much less number. But when we compared that to Duke Energy, Dominion Energy North Carolina, they were approximately like a 75% saturation factor. So yes, I believe there are viable options still in the Duke Energy Progress system and Duke Energy Carolina system that need to be evaluated on the increased potential development cost versus the savings or costs associated with transmission build out.
Okay, so I hear you saying that the potential is there, it needs to be evaluated. What do you make of the fact that there is generation continues to occur, or I'm sorry, proposed development continues to occur in the red zone? And I mean, this area has been identified as a red zone for many, many years, and it seems, they're just, development activity has not slowed down or hasn't ceased. What do you make of the fact that we don't have, what do you make of that fact? Let me stop there.
No, it is a valid observation, and trying to glean some of the causations for it. I mean, Mr. Littis did a good job explaining why. I mean, if you look at the solar irradiance in that part of the state, it's better than other parts of the state. You look at the density value of population, yes. There's a lot of factors that would drive that for build out, but the issue that we're having challenges with are how to evaluate the incremental or the increase in transmission costs to leverage the maximum production value. Can we decrease production value in different parts of the state while offsetting some of the transmission costs?
Can you go a little farther there, just so I understand exactly what you're saying?
So bang for your buck. If I install a solar panel in that part of the state compared to Asheville, you're going to get more energy output for your dollar investment compared to Asheville, mountain covers, clouding, multiple factors. But in that observation, you say, well, we all know, I don't mean to target Asheville, use some other county, apologies, that they have higher land costs comparative to least dense areas. But are there areas in the transmission system that you can leverage in that area? And
Okay.
Asheville is a bad example when it came to leveraging transmission, but bang for your buck example I was going for.
Okay, I follow you now. Thank you for that additional clarification.
I do have one potential comment that you asked everyone else. I'll like my turn at it.
Okay,
On the, if
Go
I
for
may
it.
speculate
Go for
on the reason the Duke Energy intervened.
I'd like to hear it.
So my speculation was, so maybe not speculation. I'm happy where any incumbent utility where the transmission operator or owner should be part of these conversations. I think it is de minimis value for me to talk with their transmission planners, make observations and calculations of their own math, present that before the commission when they can just do it. It just makes more sense for them to be intervening in these conversations. That's my speculation. I'm sorry.
Thank you for that, and that's very helpful. It would be helpful to hear from the utility more information so that we're not having to put the public staff on the spot every time.
So I just have one question. You mentioned fixing transmission cost allocation and that needs to be done. Can you direct me to where you might have prepared a document that outlines what you believe should be fixed or how it should be fixed?
And so, point of clarification, Commissioner, we're talking about under the joint balance and area and potential evaluation of the transmission cost allocation.
Is that where it was in your testimony?
Uh,
You testified to that today.
On the transmission cost allocation, I believe I was making a general mention if we went to a single balance and area, we would need to evaluate if we build all generation, an extreme example, if we build all future generation in Duke Energy Progress, Duke Energy Progress ratepayers hypothetically would be assigned all the transmission costs through their rates. And if we move that energy over to Duke Energy Carolinas, they wouldn't have to be necessarily paying for those potential transmission costs. If I misspoken that earlier, I think that's just a high level. It's not to say the sky is falling. It is a challenge that we look forward to working with the utility on and presenting to the commission on potential.
Okay, I understand
Yeah.
that. Thank you for that clarification. Okay, questions on commission questions. We'll start with Duke.
Just very briefly, so Chair Mitchell asked you some questions about the opportunities for cost-effective solar outside of the red zone, and I think you were walking through some examples of what you characterized the best bang for your buck. And so essentially what the public staff is focused on is evaluating the cost of generation and the cost of transmission to get a holistic cost that then you can opine on. Is that what generally you're trying to solve for?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that through the carbon plan, public staff anticipates and expects you will have both that generation cost and transmission cost in a holistic manner to evaluate in the near future?
That is correct. And I believe not going too far out of bounds on the carbon plan, I believe Duke Energy is looking at a potential component of a transmission adder to address these concerns. Other members of the public staff, and including Mr. Thomas, are having these conversations too, coming out. Sorry.
Excuse me, are we getting too ex parte into the carbon plan?
Sorry.
Yeah, his answer was sufficient, I think, for my general question, and secondarily, specific to other forums which we've discussed of upcoming solar procurement, where you're evaluating both generation cost and transmission cost. Do you agree that that gives the public staff a holistic picture to determine whether a CPCN is warranted of a project that's selected through that procurement process?
That is correct.
So if Juneau in the future were to bid into a competitive procurement that evaluated their bid price of generation plus their assigned transmission upgrades, whether through transitional cluster or through a future DICES cluster, that would provide the public staff the information you needed to determine whether it has sufficient bang for the buck for customers.
Correct. The competitive process would be a mitigation measure for evaluation, yes.
Great, thank you.
Juneau?
One or two questions following on Chair Mitchell's questions about areas in the state where there might be greater or lesser bang for the buck. Has the public staff attempted to conduct a study or generate any data about areas of the state where combination of generation and transmission costs might be the lowest?
This topic has came up in the past, and I believe the general terminology was capacity hosting maps. There was some pushback. There were some people in proponent of it, and there were some people opponent of it. The topic of opponent was the moment that you identify where there are green areas on the transmission system, you would be potentially having an adverse effect of driving up land prices and potentially offsetting some of those costs. The answer to the immediate question is no, the public staff has not performed or requested that study because there was just some pushback in previous dockets. The only other observation I can have or I can add is there is the potential for some areas on the transmission system that can be that can still be interconnected with minimum transmission costs.
Has the public staff requested any information or data from any members of the solar industry or industry associations to help, generate a sort of map about where generation prices might be lower in the Carolinas? Generation plus transmission prices?
We have not, but I'll be open to the idea, yes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Metz.
No question.
Not from Juno Solar.
Yeah, Commissioner Duffley, just on behalf of Duke, for point of clarification, the late filed exhibit we discussed this morning about the potential withdrawals in the phase one study prior to phase two, the commission has withdrawn that request or directive. We also had a discussion about what Duke's position was on the issues presented and somewhat of a bigger question of why is Duke here and what's the role of the transmission provider in emergency CPCN proceeding. And it seems like based on recent discussions, perhaps broader carbon plan issues are beyond the scope of what the commission is looking for. So I think it'd be helpful to Duke if you're looking for a late filed response on Duke's position as it pertains to the CPCN or these upgrades and quote unquote solving the red zone to provide some further direction on that. I think the company would be responsive to whatever specific requests the commission would have, but just would like more clarity on what y'all are looking for, if anything.
Mr. Rushford, I don't think I can provide any more clarity beyond what you've already recited. I mean, I think you have a sense of what we want. I mean, the company's position on this particular application.
Thank you.
And, excuse me, Mr. Bright, were you finished?
I am. Thank you.
Okay. As a point of clarification about the information that you requested from Juno Solar about the enforceability of a condition, that Juno would be responsible for all costs in excess of $4 per megawatt hour. Is this information to come just from Juno Solar, or were you looking for input from Duke and Juno Solar to do it jointly?
It's all the parties.
Okay.
So you can do it separately, jointly, but from all the parties,
And
including the public
Yeah,
staff.
I would just say the public staff would, yes, like to comment on that, as well as, I don't know if there's a time for the public staff to respond to what Duke will be presenting as far as the upgrades in the red zones, or just providing their thoughts on that as well.
Well, let's see what they file, and then you can make a motion at that time.
And these, the supplemental filing on Juno's payment of the upgrade costs, those will be due, just for point of clarification, same day as the revised proposed orders.
None of the other dates have changed.
Okay.
And so the information about the enforceable condition will be provided at the same time or prior to the time that our updated proposed orders are provided?
Whenever you can provide it, but yet no later, right, than the date for the revised orders and briefs.
Which is next Monday, March the 7th.
Okay, anything further?
Not from us, thank you.
Okay, we're adjourned. Let's go off the record.